please take their seats so that we can start the program. Shall we start, sir? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Aparajita Roy, on behalf of AIMS West Bengal chapter, extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you present in this August gathering today. Association of Indian Management Schools was set up to function as the true representative body of management education in India for safeguarding the interests of the sector and contributing to quality improvement on a continuous basis, preparing and motivating students to excel in higher education. Recent studies on education have revealed that in the present day context, higher education aims to achieve three goals. Firstly, to develop the activities of specific knowledge in the major disciplines. Second, to promote the development of essential generic skills. And third, to stimulate the reflection of the lessons learned in the application of daily life. The disruption in management education caused by COVID-19 was very, very significant, creating a noteworthy impetus for new research, particularly in the teaching learning process. With challenges in the teaching learning process, an individual's input, output, and/or internal processing becomes inefficient, which typically causes a lot of exhaustion and overload from what others see perhaps as normal amount of work. The key to eliminating such learning challenges is to identify the underlying causes. With this in mind, Association of Indian Management Schools, Bengal region is all set to hold a day-long faculty development program on challenges in teaching learning before management education in the 21st century. I take this opportunity to welcome on stage all the dignitaries present amongst us today here. First, I extend a very warm welcome to Professor R.C. Bhattacharya, Chairman, West Bengal Chapter at Request you to please take your seat, sir. It is a great pleasure and honor for us to welcome online Dr. R. Nandagopal, President, Association of Indian Management Schools, who could not join us physically today due to his extensive travel abroad, but promised to be with us virtually. I welcome you, sir, to this session today. May we have a round of applause for him, please, as he joins? Okay. Next, I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Parag Kalkar, Treasurer, Association of Indian Management Schools, to join us online as well. Dr. Kalkar will also be joining us online. May we please welcome him with a round of applause as well. A hearty welcome to Dr. Ramakanta Patro, Regional Vice President East, Association of Indian Management Schools. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to call up on the dais Professor Dr. Ajay Pathak, Vice Chairman, West Bengal Chapter, AIMS. Welcome, sir. And last but not the least, I welcome Professor Dr. Taposh Ranjan Saha, Treasurer, West Bengal Chapter, Association of Indian Management Schools, on stage. Thank you. Now, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate the session by lighting the lamp. And may I request everyone to raise for this occasion.
Good morning, sir. Nandgopal sir, very good morning.
Now we request everybody to please take their seats. I believe Dr. Nandagopal and Dr. Kalkar both have joined. A very good morning and welcome to both of you, sir. I hope I'm audible, sir.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Welcome to this session today. Now I would like to request Professor R.C. Bhattacharya to deliver his welcome address. Sir, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning. You see, my wife was not very sure whether I'll be able to speak and you will be able to listen. So I made a few slides and I hope this slide should be shown when I ask for. Okay, are you there? Slides are ready? Okay. Professor Nandagopalji, my friend, President AIMS, Professor Parag Kalkar, Treasurer AIMS from Pune, both of them are in digital mode. I welcome them into this program. I also welcome my able colleagues, Dr. Ramakanta Patra, Vice President AIMS Eastern Region, Dr. Ajay Pathak, my very close friend, Director IBS ICFI, and Evergreen, my friend Dr. Tapas Saha, Director IMS, and dear faculty friends. Give a big hand to those fellows here at the back. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all at this important FDP on challenges in teaching and learning in the 21st century. If I am not wrong, this is the first FDP of the Eastern region in 2023. I'm glad that all the member schools, particularly IMS, IBS, and NSHM, they've all supported with a lot of participants. It is said that the quantum of knowledge is doubling every 5 years. Hence, there's a need for faculties to upgrade themselves with new knowledge continuously. This is what we at Groups say perpetual learning. This is why we need FDP, where experts can present new knowledge and participants can learn not only from them, but also learn from each other. While the experts should speak later on specific topics, I would like to say that 3 or 4 things I would like to mention, which I would like them to delve in. First, slide 1, please. Sabyasachi knows that I am very particular about SDP. SDP or Sustainable Development Goals. We are actually on the verge of extinction of the human race due to pollution, global warming, etc. There are 17 United Nations goals to save the planet, as you all know. We as teachers, can we consider integration of sustainable development goals into our curriculum? That's my first question. Can we integrate sustainable development goals into our curriculum? How can we translate these goals into meaningful activities for learners? Not just say goals, these are the goals. Can we translate these goals into meaningful activities for learners? And the third one is, how can we show our students the interpretation of the implications with hands-on approach? Can we do something physical? Can we show them? The second one, very important, is NEP 2020. Slide 3, please. Every activity should be guided by well-considered policies drawn up by specialists. The last education policy was perhaps drawn up in 1986-87. The world has changed a lot since then. We needed a new policy. This has been devised by Dr. Kostirangan, who is also a close friend of mine. I used to be a consultant to ISRO at one time, and his expert team as NEP 2020. Government wants us to achieve these objectives by 2030. The salient points are multidisciplinarity, providing hands-on skill, not just theory, collaborative research, thrust on digitalization and technology, etc., etc. Can we integrate these into our curriculum? Can we teach our fellow students about these things? The next one is human values. I think day before yesterday, or yesterday, I think, I was in a program at AIMS, and Sabyasachi knows, I told the same thing. She was talking about AI, DI, and all kinds of things, gamification. So I said, what about human values? So I think we should give thrust on human values, ethics, and empathy in our curriculum and projects. The next thing is, Dr. Shrikant Datar of Harvard said, we would like our students not only be knowledgeable and skilled, but also be good human beings. We see a lot of NPAs, lots of corruption everywhere, not only in India, but everywhere in the world. Hence, we need a purpose in life. Can you have the slide 4, please? With inequality, corruption in business school and society, we need to ensure that our students are good human beings with a purpose in life. I say purpose in life. They should be good corporate and individual citizens with the need of society in mind. For example, AIMS itself is an example that we are doing something for the society, not for ourselves. It is very sad that we do not get participation in this kinds of activities. It's not for the school only, not for yourself only. It is for the society as a whole. How can you take the education to the next level? I would like to show the slide 5, in which you will see that we should, for win-win situation, we should take care of social values as well as commercial values, not only commercial values. And my friend Joyanta knows, when he was there, he used to say, profit maximization. I said, no, sir. There's also profit. There's something beyond that. Now he agrees with that. And he says he's telling his students about that. So I hope that the deliberations will throw some light on these items as well. I wish the program a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words on how really as teachers we can upgrade our students, we can prepare them for the future. Now it is an immense pleasure for us. It's really an honor to invite Dr. R. Nandagopal, President AIMS, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir.
Respected Professor Bhattacharya, Batraji, and distinguished faculty members for the Faculty Development Resource Program, and also faculty participants from the different institutions this June. Let me first congratulate the chairman of the Calcutta chapter, West Bengal chapter, Professor Bhattacharya, for taking a lot of initiative this time in the eastern region. Because of his able guidance, our Batraji did an excellent job. I think East June has done extremely well this year. A lot of programs are organized. I'm very happy and congratulating both of them for their excellent work they have done during this academic year. And I am also very happy that this faculty development program is initiated by them, and it is going to be very, very useful. As Professor Bhattacharya mentioned, it is very important that today faculty members have to update their knowledge and also understand the technology, what they use. More than the knowledge, the technology part which the faculty member has to update. Because the younger generation is very good in technology and they continue to develop their skills in the technology. But whereas the senior generation, people from us, our generation and next generation, are not really updating and not able to go the fast in which our younger generation is doing. I think that is where upgradation of our skill, understanding the skill is very important. Today, chatbot and other kind of IT tools really made the knowledge industry as a very, very dynamic and lot of changes are brought in. Now, I think we have to understand, I think all of us now know what is happening in the new education policy, the kind of changes the government of India is planning to introduce, exit entry, early entry, without any barriers of entry and exit in our higher education system. Anytime student can join and any mode of knowledge, learning they can do. They can do distance learning, or they can do correspondence, or they can do anything, and they can earn the credit, and credits can be deposited in the academic credit bank system. So keeping this in mind, I think our faculty members and the institutions has to develop their core competence. The whole purpose of de-affiliating the affiliation system is mainly to develop the freedom and also independence for the academic institution to develop their own curriculum. In fact, last week, a few days back, I was talking to local industries and I was explaining to them new education policy. They were asking what is the benefit the industry which we get. So I told them very clearly the industry people get a lot of benefit because let us take, for example, typically a city like Coimbatore where I live. See, Coimbatore is completely a part of medium scale and small scale industries. So their complaint is they don't get manpower, required manpower, whether it's a technical manpower or managerial manpower from academic institution to take up the courses. Then I explained to him, since today the course and curriculum is designed by an university, typically, for example, Anna University in the case of Tamil Nadu, where 400 to 500 colleges are affiliated, and the syllabus is very common. So all the 400 colleges of Tamil Nadu were teaching the same curriculum. But whereas in the new education system, there are going to be de-affiliation and every college will become a degree granting authority and then they will have their own curriculum. So each college can adapt to the local requirement, the requirement of a specific industry. Even for example, specific industry to the particular region, courses can be developed. Maybe it can be technological courses, or it can be skill-based courses, or it can be managerial courses. So that is a great advantage today the educational institutions are getting under the new education system. That is one part. The second part is, I think, as every one of us understand today, the technology is changing very fast. I think the kind of new tools which are coming, the students are much more faster than learning compared to the faculty members. I always tell all our faculty members, see today, for example, I teach strategic management, I talk about core competence or competitive advantage of nations, or Michael Porter's 5 force model. But today, any student can access to YouTube, and they can listen to our Michael Porter's classes when he handles in Harvard. So why a student should attend my class when he can directly attend the class of Michael Porter in YouTube? Because when he teaches in Harvard, the YouTubes are available in the public domain. So any student can access the YouTube and listen to Michael Porter directly. So where I come into the picture. So whatever I can explain is only from the textbooks which I read from Michael Porter, but the student can directly access to the Michael Porter's lectures. I think that is a kind of a technological changes have come. Now, after said this, how do we engage the students? So students are no more going to listen to us, and they are not, because the sources of knowledge, source of information, they have a better sources than the classroom listening to us. So in that case, what we have to do is we have to give them a great learning experience in different form. I think that is what today's students are expecting from us. They want to have a learning experiences. So how do we make them to get the learning? Not through our lectures, definitely, not through our PPTs or reading from a textbook. We cannot reproduce the lectures because all the things are available. What you have, student has much better than what we know or what we have. I think that is where our teaching pedagogy, teaching approach has to completely change. See, we have excellent resource persons today. They are going to share with us the kind of a change and then the technology what we have to adopt to meet the younger generation. With this, once again, I thank the organizers, especially Professor Batra and Bhattacharya, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this program. I personally apologize for not coming physically to Calcutta because of my commitment, and we have a lot of work on the convention which is coming in the month of August, and I look forward to see you all of you physically at Coimbatore during our annual management convention on August 24th, 25, 26. Thank you very much. I wish all the best for the success of this FDP program. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for those wonderful words. We will definitely remember them while taking classes as faculty members who are all present over here. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you so much. Now, may I request Dr. Parag Kalkar, Dean, Pune University, and Treasurer of AIMS, our guest of honor today, for delivering his address. Dr. Kalkar.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be a part of this one-day faculty development program on challenges in teaching learning in 21st century before management education. The dignitaries on the dais, Professor R.C. Bhattacharya sir, our president, Dr. Nanda Gopal sir, Regional Vice President Ramakant Patra ji, Ajay Pathak, Tapas Saha, and all the faculty members who are present here to attend this faculty development program. As rightly said by the president and all other dignitaries on the dais, the new education policy and sustainable development goals are the two futuristic challenges which has to be aligned. Our education has to be aligned with all these things. In my university, we have 147 B schools, and they are facing problem related to the challenges faced by the faculty members, because we are used to teach in a classroom format. Now, because of the digitalization, technology-enabled teaching and online hybrid teaching, so many competitions have come. So I think we all have to align our teaching learning process, and teacher has to be more present in all forums. He has to be present in digital forum, in hybrid forum. He has to have his YouTube channel, and so many things are required. So classroom-based teaching is one important thing, but problem-based teaching, project-based teaching, field teaching, and new innovative pedagogies, I think today's deliberation will definitely give more insight to the future. And I'm congratulating this Eastern Region chapter for organizing all these activities in the Kolkata region. I'm very happy that the faculty will be definitely get enlightened to try new innovative things in a teaching learning process. I wish this faculty development all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again for joining us online and delivering your whatever you had to advise to our faculty members. Thanks a lot. Now, may I request Professor Dr. Ramakanto Patro, Regional Vice President East, to enlighten all of us about today's program. Sir.
Very good morning. Respected guests on the dais and all the respected resource persons and my dear faculty members, research scholars from different institutions. On my personal behalf and on behalf of AIMS West Bengal chapter, I may take the privilege to welcome you all to this one-day faculty development program on challenges before the management, education, teaching and learning in 21st century, which we are facing these days. And after this industry 4.0 revolution, education 4.0 revolution, the challenges before all of us have become more complicated. Not complicated, just we have to accept the challenge and we have to prepare ourselves to prepare the students, make them corporate ready. That is the big challenge for all of us. As we all know that bringing the students to the class is a big challenge for all of us. And the answer is available in the NEP 2020. Outcome-based learning. As our president was telling right now, pedagogy has to be changed. This traditional way of teaching has to be changed. I am telling you, just 3 years back, I was sitting in the room of the director IIM Indore. One child from Sambalpur, his father expired. He is the only son of his father. His father expired. His maternal uncle came to take the students for this funeral ceremony. He approached director. Director just refused. I cannot help you. You go consult the concerned faculty. He went to the faculty. Faculty told me that out of 365 days, I am available only 65 days. So you ask your children, if you want to miss my classes, I have no problem. Ultimately, the only son could not join his father's last funeral. That is called academic discipline. We must be giving the students such lessons. And this is possible in IIM. Why not in our this A grade, B grade, C grade, B schools? It is just possible, provided we prepare ourselves. We make ourselves ready fast. And I think 3 indicators are very important for developing a B school. Number 1 indicator is institutional building activities. Number 2, industry relationship. Number 3 is very much required is research. So that these 3 things, if we can develop ourselves, improve ourselves, try to understand the need of the students. They are all grown-up guys. You cannot force them, because that is why technology is changing fast. Make them technology-enabled teaching, application-oriented teaching. Only theory, that is only for conceptual clarity. But what about application? They are going to join the corporate. And if they don't learn, if you don't teach them the application-oriented knowledge, then they will be thrown out from the industry. And then again, your institute's brand name will be damaged. So that is why you make the lesson plan in such a way that application and theory simultaneously go. And this is very much important. I am not going to take more time because our learned experts are here throughout the day. They will share their expertise and huge knowledge which they have. And I can only one thing request all the faculty members and research scholars present over here, that try to understand the needs of the students first and make the industry relationship very stronger. Because I am from NIT Bhopal. What we used to do in NIT, we used to give the student live projects to work. And if the student used to work satisfactorily, the corporate used to come and request you, we want to absorb these guys. Why it is not possible in our B schools? It is just possible, provided, because faculty should work like a mentor, not like a just simple instructor. You must be there, not friendly behavior, not friend. But I have seen many faculties are putting their hands on the shoulder of the students. No, this is not good. This is cheap popularity. You should not do this thing. You should be friendly, out of the way. You can help the students, but try to develop the students, make them a good human being. As Professor R.C. Bhattacharya was mentioning, make them an ethical human being. Because they are in corporate life. If they are not ethical and if they are not disciplined, they will be thrown out. So this thing, because 2 years time is very short for us. But within these 2 years, you have a big challenge. You have to complete the syllabus. You have to make them corporate ready for these purposes. Whatever pedagogical improvement, technological support, whatever is required, you need to do and deliver. So with these things, I would like to cover my part of this FDP. Now, if I don't say few words about AIMS, it will be highly injustice. So what is AIMS? AIMS is the only networking body in India which has its representative in AICTE, the regulatory body. Okay? In the NEP 2020, our representative is there. And in most of the committees, our representative is there. And this is the 38 years old networking body. We are representing around 600 member institutions of country and around 12 institutions in abroad. And who are our members? Like starting from IIM, IIT, XLRI, XIMB, and all other B schools, almost all other B schools are our members. And what we do? We are here to motivate, improve the quality of students as well as the faculty. For this purpose, we are sponsoring a lot of student development programs, faculty development programs, for organizing different conference, workshops, seminars throughout the year. And every year, we used to organize our one flagship program that is called National Educational Conclave. Date is fixed, 26, 27 and 28th August every year. And this year we are going to have in Coimbatore, PSG Institute, Coimbatore, from where our president is there. PSG Institute, he is the Director General of that institute. So, in this National Conclave, we are having a lot of competitions, lot of awards. Okay, huge competition. pan-India. So my request will be, and we are having one UGC Care Journal, AIMS Management Journal. So my request to all the faculty members will be, you write your paper, good quality paper, and send to AIMS for publication in the journal, as well as you can take initiative for organizing faculty development program, student round the year. We are organizing online one student knowledge development program online, pan-India. You can see from the communication which is coming from AIMS and encourage your students to participate in this. And today we are having Professor Vidyanand Jha from IIM Kolkata and Madam Ramya Venkatesh, she is from IIM Kolkata, and Dr. Shuman Datta, he is from Xavier's, and Dr. Satyaki Ray, he is from IBS, and they are delivering in different areas, very crucial areas like case writing, research, and ethical research. Okay, all these things will be covered. I am sure you will enjoy, and my sincere request to all of you that actively participate during their deliberations. Only then you can learn. And whatever problems you are encountering during your delivery in the classroom, whatever problems you are facing, you can share this with the professors. I am sure they will satisfy your query. So once again, thank you all. And if I don't thank my organizing committee, Dr. Samprit Chakravarti and his team, wonderful job. And Dr. Aparajita Roy, Snigdha Bose, okay, from IMS, they have done a wonderful job because within a short notice, we have organized this program, and I am extremely thankful to our resource persons, Dr. Jha, Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Datta, and Dr. Rai, who have very heartily accepted our request to deliver and share their knowledge over here. And thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those insights that you gave to the faculty members regarding how they might modify their methods of teaching and, of course, research. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Ajay Pathak to express relevance about the program, Vice Chairman, West Bengal Chapter, AIMS. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Dr. R. Nandagopal, President AIMS. Dr. Parag Kalkar, Treasurer AIMS. Professor R.C. Bhattacharya, Dr. Patro, my colleagues, my faculty members who have come from various colleges, welcome you to this program. My job is much simpler because everybody has spoken what I wanted to speak. So what I will do, I'll just try to sum up whatever has happened, and I will give you some thoughts, which with my experience, I think you will probably able to learn something new. First of all, let me talk about AI AIMS, basically why we are there with more than 10 years. We believe, IBS believes that we should be in touch with all the faculty members all across the country. And we have been conducting various seminars, faculty knowledge sharing program, student development program, and we are in touch with more than 1,000 colleges. We are in touch with more than 5,000 faculty members, as also with 50,000 students. And we have been doing that for several years. And we believe that in this universe, we should all work together. We should learn from each other. we should try to do research jointly if possible. In fact, I invite you all to my campus so that we can work together. We can have your students come to our campus and our students visiting your campus. So what I mean to say is, AIMS is a platform where we are increasing our universe. We are already doing that. And through AIMS, we want to connect with those colleges with whom we are not connected. Second thing about this research, which we talk about quite often. Research is very important, definitely, but everybody cannot do research. But we have to handhold them. I remember my late founder, NJ USSC, used to come to Kolkata from Hyderabad and used to give us targets of doing research and coming out with research publications. When I left corporate world, I wanted to be in education sector. I thought the targets will not be there. But the targets are also here. So I was thinking whether I've taken a right decision to join an education sector. But then I found out the reason behind that. Reason was very simple. We should all target one specific research article once in a year in a good journal like Scopus or any other journal, ABDC journal, whatever you can think of. And we should work on this continuously. Every faculty should have a target in their mind, because nothing happens without a target in mind. The research is very necessary because it will improve your working knowledge. You can make applications because you are doing research on particular corporate issue or anything which is relevant, which you are teaching. And this will definitely help you. And we should not give this up at all. We have got a session on research where my founder used to say, if you do ethical and relevant research, it will improve the probability of learning. It will improve the learning by the students, and it will help in placements definitely. And that's what we see. The students are much more encouraged to learn what is happening. In fact, Dr. Patro talked about live projects. We give those live projects regularly to the students and see to it they understand what is happening. The third part is case study writing and case study analysis. IBS has been in the forefront of case study writing, and we are the third largest contributor to the European Case Clearing Union after Harvard and INSEAD. We have more than 5,000 cases written, and a lot of business schools all across the world use these cases. And we would request faculty members from other colleges to use these cases. These cases are very relevant. What we are also trying to do to develop small stories, because students are interested in learning through stories. Take an article from a newspaper and just give them, let them go through it and understand any concept through a practical example. If you deliver through stories, remember, students will find it interesting and you will be able to deliver. It may not be possible in all the subjects like accounts or quantitative methods. Still, okay. That can also be made interesting by doing some live examples from corporate world. Case study analysis and teaching, when the faculty delivers, it's the most difficult job, I think, because you are handling the entire class and you're acting as a facilitator. Remember, you have to have that knack to take the entire class together and get different views. Case study is all about different decision making with the variables are there, where you'll have to guide the students to understand certain concepts through case studies. And we have got our subjects mapped to these case studies, and we have to teach compulsory these case studies. And these case studies basically ensure student-centric learning. I don't want to take much time because you're all waiting for the excellent speakers we have. I wish the program a great success, and I want that you should be part of each and every such FDP in future. And we are always there as part of AIMS to help you out, to do something betterment for the students, for the faculty members, and the society. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I believe that all of us will have a lot of things to take away from this program that we are organizing today. Now, as we come to the end of the inaugural session, I would like to request Professor Dr. Taposh Ranjan Saha, Treasurer, West Bengal Chapter, AIMS, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries online, faculty members, and all participants. This is my privilege to offer a formal vote of thanks in this inaugural session for this very special FDP program organized by the West Bengal chapter of AIMS. All the team who have worked over here, I convey my heartfelt thanks to all of them. It's the teamwork which make it possible to stage this program today. We have the partner institute who are working together since last 1 month to make this program happen. ICFI Business School, Institute of Management Study, NSHM, Army Institute are the pioneers who in the Eastern region who always take the leadership, and definitely all other schools, business schools which are associated in the Eastern region in West Bengal, they are also helping in their own way. Special thanks to all the dignitaries who are present over here in this inaugural session. The welcome address is given by Professor R.C. Bhattacharya, Chairman, West Bengal Chapter. He is always an inspiration. He is always an inspiration not only to the Eastern region members, but also all the region together in India. He always guided us, and sir, we definitely extend our thanks, and definitely thanks is a very small word for him. It is his initiative which always help Eastern region to be in the map of AIMS always, and it will continue, I believe, forever. I extend my thanks for the inaugural address of Dr. N.R. Nandagopal, President AIMS, who is definitely helping us online for throughout this session and has given an insight that what should be this FDP all about, why this FDP is important, what are the takeaways from these FDPs. Thank you, sir, to be online in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you so much. How can I forget Dr. Ramakanto Patro? He is the executive head of this Eastern region. Without his tireless effort and coordination, this program would never have happened. Thank you so much, sir. We cannot forget your contribution in the Eastern region ever. Dr. Ajay Pathak, sir, he is always an inspiration, and he always extends his team for the service of this AIMS for whatever program we have seen for the last 5-10 years. And Pathak sir is always an inspiration to all the faculty members itself who have transformed themselves from an industry person to academia person. So whenever it comes to a case study, it's always ICFI in India who is pioneer after I am Ahmedabad. Okay, and I believe his introduction to this, inaugural session and touching upon the case study issue and research issue will be inspiring to all the participants. Thank you so much, sir. And definitely, we have all the faculty members from different colleges, from ICFI Business School, from IMS, who have given their hard work throughout this session, in spite of their classes, in spite of their other, exam engagement. And definitely, I thank all of them and all those persons who are on behind these faculty members as technicians, as the system support people who have made this program happen. Thank you, everybody. And I believe we'll be having a fantastic FDP program throughout the day. And definitely the takeaways will be so good that I will never forget that, okay, one day spent with AIMS Eastern Region in this faculty development program is worth spending. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we break for tea for about half an hour. Then we join back for the technical sessions. Thanks a lot. Okay, we will start the session at 11:30. Okay, we'll start the technical session from 11:30. May I request everybody to please take their seats so that we can start off with the technical sessions. Please take your seats.
All are requested to please take your seats and join back for the faculty development program. All are kindly requested to take your seats. We are about to begin our technical session 1. Good morning once again to our guests, eminent speakers, members, and participants. I, Dr. Snigdha Basu, humbly request you all to join back to the program. Kindly take your seats and allow us to progress forward with our scheduled events for today. We are about to begin our technical session 1 for the day. Now, I would like to call upon stage our eminent speaker for the technical session 1. I would like to take the opportunity to call upon Professor Bidanand Jha to grace the dais. Sir, please. Next slide. Next slide. Sir, please. Now, with immense gratitude, I'll share the brief introduction of our speaker of technical session 1. Professor Dr. Bidanand Jha is presently associated with IIM Calcutta and engaged in teaching post-graduation students as well as working managers from corporates, government and non-government sectors from India and abroad. In the domain of organization behavior, human resource management, stress management, communication and presentation skills, knowledge management, management of creativity, and innovation. He has also designed courses on managing creativity for students as well as working executives for last 25 years. He has successfully conducted programs for Larsen & Toubro Limited, Anand Bazar Potrika Limited, CESC Limited, NTPC, SAIL, LIC, Cognizant Technology Solutions, and many more companies of repute. He has directed certificate program for armed forces for 3 consecutive years and refresher courses for IAS officers. Besides his teaching assignments, he has also contributed in consulting projects for Government of West Bengal, several reputed NGOs, and Government of India in the areas of organizational development. Professor Jha presently keeping his research endeavor open in the field of managing creativity and innovation, social entrepreneurship, and diversity. He has visited across the globe for his valuable deliberations. He has a versatile personality indeed. He is also a poet, short story writer, and literary critic in Maithili. He has a deep and abiding interest in cinema and completed the certificate course in film appreciation from FTII, Pune in the year 2000. He likes traveling, listening to Hindustani vocal music and jazz, reading literary fiction, and going for long walks. I request Professor Shorbori Shaha from IBS Kolkata to come upon to felicitate him with a token of honor from AIMS West Bengal chapter. Ma'am, please. Now I may request Professor Dr. Jha to take the stage and kindly conduct the technical session 1 on case teaching method. So please.
So, firstly, thank you for this invitation. It's kind of, a homecoming for me because 1998, I think, AIMS annual conference was in FMS Delhi, and I got the Best Young Case Writer Award actually in 1998. So, I'm still kind of grateful to AIMS. It has been part of my CV, all these while. So, good to come back. Second thing is, I'm a difficult person. So I'm not a very easy kind of person. And therefore, in fact, I'm sharing this with the teachers actually. I spend great deal of time designing programs, designing curriculum. And then actually, delivery is not so much of a problem. So when AIMS contacted me, they said I have to do something on case writing. Then gradually it became case method learning and teaching. I also realized that afternoon actually, you have another speaker coming talking about case learning. So I just thought I'll divide my time into two parts basically. One is I just wanted to check from the audience. So how many of you use case method in your teaching actually? Can I have a show of hands, please? Okay. Okay, so that's not too high a number. But let me first explain to you then what is a case actually. A case, or let's do this. Let's do this in a case method itself actually. I was looking for a marker based on this. And she wants to start teaching with cases. This is the only information which you have. What should Tara do actually? You can't hear at all? No. Now it is, so let me repeat what I said last. What I said that I like to divide my time. Some part introducing you to case method, and then maybe also saying some things which I anyway wanted to tell you about case writing, teaching, and so on. Now, for the first part, I just wanted to invoke a Buddhist deity called Tara, who keeps on coming to me while I'm writing cases, teaching cases, and so on. Now, the idea there is, right now, what I'm invoking her for, that imagine Tara is a young faculty member in a business school, and she wants to start teaching through case method. So what should Tara do actually? There is a two-line case which you have got, that Tara is a young faculty member in a business school and she has to start teaching through case method. So what should she do actually? So case method, also to give you a demonstration, there is something called cold call method in which I can pick whoever, and there is also volunteering, so to say. So nobody is volunteering, so I'll get into a cold call method. So ma'am, what should Tara do? Yeah, can we have some mics to go around actually? Just distribute some in different parts of the room. Even now they can't? Ma'am, you can sit and talk.
Okay.
she should refer to some of the maybe case journals for reference to understand how the firstly cases are written. And maybe based on that, she can choose some topic from the recent issues and explore on that.
So, firstly, do you think there are case journals?
Not exactly journals, but then case studies in the form of certain cases or caselets or case issues come up.
I'm happy that you pointed this out. So, there are two things, something called case study and something called teaching cases. These two are two different things. Case study is that if I want to now study how the Calcutta business schools are doing, so I go study IBS, I go study, whatever, IMI, I go study some other institution, and then do some kind of a comparison, some kind of a similarity difference kind of thing. That will turn out to be a case study. But teaching cases are not that. In fact, teaching cases are artificial devices which you create for a pedagogic purpose. So let me just share with you. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to do a session for I'm Bodh Gaya actually. And it's their first year students. They invited me to teach them how to learn about case methods. So I wrote a case for them actually. Let me just give you some sense of how a case is actually. So just give me half a minute. I access my mail and then get back to you. So, one thing which I don't know whether that helps, people who are at the back, unless they have very strong reason to be back, because they have stopped distributing food. It's not your access to food which is now going to matter. You can come forward a bit actually. Okay. So anyway, let me read out a case which I just now wrote actually. Now, typically cases, they can either be written on a real situation or they could be written in imaginary kind of situation. Imaginary one is not too much in vogue, okay, because, why it's not too much in vogue, I'll come to that later. But even within the cases which are written on real situations, one is that you go and talk to the organization on which you are writing the case. Other is what he was saying ICFI has done. ICFI has gone through secondary sources, publicly available data, and it has written a lot of cases. So this case, I'll just read out. It's a very short case. Arifa has just joined IIM Bodh Gaya as a first-year MBA student. She came from a lower middle-class family. Her family members were overjoyed with her making to a prestigious MBA program. They also had high expectations from her. On her first day in the campus, she had two reasonably long conversations. First conversation was with Rajiv. She met Rajiv at the breakfast table. Rajiv had all the data about last year's placements in a granular detail. He told Arifa, I chose the program because of its good placement history. I want to go away from this place with a high-paying job. In fact, I have already started collecting tips from the seniors regarding tweaking my resume. During lunch, she sat with another batchmate, Samyukta. She told her, I chose the place because of its good academic record. I want to give my best to the studies here. Rest all would follow. Now, as Arifa hit the bed at night, her thoughts went back to the two conversations during the day. She was in a dilemma as to how to structure time in her stint at IIM Bodh Gaya. Should she study hard or should she aim towards getting the best placement the place had to offer? What would be your suggestions to Arifa? This is example of a badly written, a hurriedly written case actually. So this is the students who are there. In fact, something which Mr. Nanda Kumar was saying is very interesting. He was saying that whatever now information which you have, Your students can have more of that. So very graphically, he told us that if you teach Michael Porter, people can access Michael Porter's videos actually. So what is it which you are adding to the whole situation? And that's what he was asking. Case method is a good method because, for example, here, who are we talking about? Are we talking about a theory here? Do you think any theories are useful for Tara as she prepares? There are. Actually, in fact, if you look at it, it tells you about how Indian society is changing, for example. Okay. Now, as a teacher, you're not supposed to do that. Okay. As a teacher, you have provided this context, and then rest part is what the students bring it. So, Tara, to go back to Tara's story, if she wants to access cases, what he also mentioned, you mentioned the name, sir, ECCH. European case. That's it. That is European ECCH. I just used the abbreviation. So there are repositories of cases, ECCH being one, Harvard Business School being another, Ahmedabad being, yet another. So there are these repository of cases where she can go and see what kind of cases are there and what case meets her, teaching objective in that sense. So, well and good. First is she looks for a case. This process itself would be easy for Tara sir or difficult? Choosing a case? No. We are back to Tara. So one thing you need to do in the case class, is to be attentive. All right, no, because you miss 1 second and then the whole context changes. So I had started by saying that there is this young faculty member called Tara in a business school who wants to teach through cases. What should she do? So, ma'am, what is your name, ma'am?
So Nilanjana.
Okay, so it helps in case classes if you ask people to carry name tags so that at least you know who you are talking to and so on and so forth. So what she was saying actually, at first she would look for it in a case journal. What I ended up telling you that there are case repositories, there are case journals. So there is something called Asian Case Research Journal. I don't know whether they actually publish teaching cases. I have my own set of problems with that. But let's say that there are some similar places. The question I'm asking is that once you reach a repository, is it an easy task to choose a case or is it a difficult task?
Easy task. One has to go through, one has to have an understanding of what he's going to teach and has to go through the keywords in that particular case.
Can you just give him a mic, please? Yeah.
There has to be a proper mapping, his or her objective in that particular class, what he expects students to learn, and whether the case provides enough scope for discussion as far as that learning is concerned.
But, Harvard repository has close to 1 lakh or more cases. How do I choose which one?
I will give the search word pertaining to that learning, and certain cases will come. And then I will go through the abstract. And in abstract, the learning expectation is given. So if it matches, then I will go through the inspection copy. If I find inspection copy is good enough, then I will go ahead with that case.
So very good. So now you realize what Tara would do. What would be a search process in that sense? So fine. Now Tara has a case. What does she do now? So I don't know. So there, you saw in the middle. No, the gentleman who's looking back, white shirt, yeah. So, what should Tara do next? She has a case now. she did whatever my friend here, Satyaki, said. Through these methods, she has a case now. What does she do now?
After that, she analyzed the case and tried to find out or try to develop the theory that the entire case want to say and try to understand the background of the theory. And after that, she will deliver.
Let's come back to this question then, that if the intent is to take her class to a theory, why not say that theory, make PowerPoint slides, do that. In fact, just now I had an informal feedback from a batch I was teaching. This is the feedback. They said everything was good, but there were no PowerPoint slides. So, why not make PowerPoint slides? Whatever theory you have, Tara also would have done some courses before, isn't it? She must be knowing. Why not teach that actually?
Case study makes the entire class more attractive. That will give some practical application to the student. So it will better to go through the case study and teach through the case study. So for the student, it will be better to understand what are the background of the theory that we have already learned in a practical book or theoretical book.
So with my classes, I have this running battle. Because typically my course outline will have a reading assigned. It will have a case assigned. Whatever I think has a relationship. I don't teach them the reading. Because my assumption is you can read English. You came in an admission test which tested you for basic English. You can read English. But so I focus on teaching the case. But most of the time, see, this is where the issue is. That is the case teacher an expert? Is Tara an expert? And if she's an expert, she's an expert in what actually? Is she a subject matter expert? Is she an expert in how to actually conduct discussions? What do you think? What is Tara's expertise? Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. I don't think any expert is needed here because the students has to be in analytical skill development mode to solve a case study. No expert can do anything, and case study means will help them in future because this study will not be happening in the future. So that they have built an analytical skill and problem solving skill. So
Sure.
expert is no way, I think, important here.
Then one issue which I bring to you, sir, that why should Tara be teaching it?
Excuse me, sir?
Why should Tara be teaching it? Any person who's an expert in logic can teach that.
See, logical
What
sense.
does Tara bring to the table?
So logical sense may fail in solving a case in the future. Case study is a totally academic thing that depends on the analytical skill. Whatever they answer, they may guess some answer.
Hang on, what do you mean by academic things?
It's an academic thing because it has happened earlier.
That's right.
So
That
it is not, there is no guarantee. Sir, let me finish. There is no guarantee that it will happen again. Right. The problem has happened in an industry. We are solving it. One student is solving it in one manner, and another students, a group of students are solving it in another manner.
Sure.
So fine, their gray cells has to be, excited for this, and in the future they will use the gray cells. Case study I personally believe does not need any expert, and then this case study will never happen in the future. So they will have to do on their own. This is just a net practice kind of thing, which will help them in the future. Thank you, sir.
So just one addition to, I totally agree with what you are saying. Only one addition, that cases always need not be dead cases. So the country has become whatever it has become. Otherwise, I want to teach a case in my class. If you are ever teaching social environment of business in India, the case of urination by one gentleman on other in MP, you see, that is a live case. Every day things are happening, things are changing. So I'm just saying that as of today, you could use newspaper reports as things are developing. You can use that, you can think of, business situation. This is what Mr. Musk is trying to do. he has signed, a deal with Government of India. What would happen to it? You can get into that. That was a very limited point. But to go back, I will actually point out to you that this, if, this case could have been taught by anybody, then why Tara? That is something we need to, yes, ma'am.
Since we can expert in that area, she can relate the theories along with the case, and accordingly she can teach.
That's right. So hopefully, more. So what our friend there was saying, typically a term which people use is CCCF. Conceptual clarity, contextual familiarity, and basically some idea of concepts. But remember, what he was saying is very important. If it's only concepts, I think you're better off making PowerPoint presentation as an expert. So, in fact, one of my teachers at IIM Ahmedabad, a gentleman called, Professor J.K. Satya, he used to say that a case teacher's job is to hear their students learn, actually. Because you are not speaking. In fact, I'm berating myself that why am I speaking so much in this case class right now? I should speak less. I should pit people against each other, have a discussion. Yes, sir.
Sir, that's my understanding. A good case teacher should be just like a conductor of an orchestra, where you have different players playing different instruments, but you have to, coordinate and bring all those into your intended goal, where you want to reach.
Sure.
So that's what Teach to Tara do, actually.
Okay. So this is, yes, sir. I don't know, I have lost the sense of time. How much time? Can somebody give me a warning at half an hour? Because I had other things to do.
Sir, I think you were talking about why not PPT and why case study. That was one of the things which Tara may have chosen, whether it's a PPT or a case study. One of the things that we see in every academic institution, which is business schools, we see that what are we preparing the students for? We are preparing the students for the corporate. So what happens?
Hang on.
Yeah.
Are we preparing students for corporate? Are we making slaves?
No.
Or are these autonomous human beings which do multiple things, out of which one is they also work? Isn't it?
Yeah, sir, but one of the things that we are seeing in today's students, where we are getting it forward, is that when you teach a case in the class, it's like a simulation for all of us.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
See, for example, when I teach cases in the class, I want them to visualize that they are in that particular situation.
Sure.
They are in that particular organization, that particular company, and this is a gruesome problem, if I can say, that's in front of them. So how is it that they're going to come up with those problems? So one thing which we talk about is something called a productive failure. We all of us know that they first start failing. They first say, I don't know, because I have not taught them the theories. I've not given them the frameworks and all that. So they helplessly start looking, what do I do then? Then we slowly as teachers put them into some of the frameworks, some of the theories, and then they start, that may make sense. That becomes our tool for, solving that particular case. And then slowly start building onto that. And then different groups, they start presenting and we debate on that. So,
Sure.
Sir, I think these are one of the more, experiential ways and debates and discussions. Engagement is very, very high. Whereas in a PPT, it's just, bullet points and I can give some examples and they may or may not relate.
So hang on. If I say, and somebody talked about, I think Dr. Patra talked about outcome-based learning.
Correct.
So are we only looking for ha-ha-he-he engagement, or are we also looking for some
outcome? Of course.
This is where the issue is. So she's an expert, Tara is an expert, say whatever, I'm from OB discipline, so she's a OB, whatever, PhD from somewhere. She knows certain things. She has chosen cases to highlight those things.
Yes.
So in the end, does she come back and say these were the concepts, or does she just leave it to the class to figure out actually?
I think she'll talk about the concepts. She'll give the concepts. That is what I was saying. She'll give the concepts, and then there'll be a discussion. And as we see, in cases also, we see there's a
all
teaching
discussions need not all discussions need not lead to
yes. All discussion need not yes. Correct. All discussions need not.
I'm trying to
correct.
For you to help Tara,
right?
How does she make her discussions insightful, Lanji?
She'll make her discussions insightful if she has some experiences. She may have, or she would have.
You started with one case. Now she will keep on adding 3 more cases because these experiences be in that sense. No, I mean, it will be.
Sir. What is going to happen is she will be, probing more deeper into those cases. Okay, so for example, if there is one case which is in the same case which Tara would take to the class, I'm presuming.
A related question. Let me ask you. So for a 1.5 hour class, I don't know what is in your institution. How long a class?
1 hour, sir.
1 hour. So 1 hour class time. As a case teacher, how much preparation time should Tara have?
So preferably.
And right now, let's simplify things. Leave the search part alone. This is Tara has a case. She has to teach it tomorrow, day after, whatever. How much time should she have?
I think 3 to 4 hours would be a good time for thinking about the cases.
And what would she do in 3 to 4 hours?
In 3 to 4 hours, she'll first, if you look at Harvard Business, they already have a teaching case and all that. So they have a teaching note associated with it. So if I am...
Is she going to repeat whatever is there?
No. What she's going to do is she's going to read the case. She's going to and have her critical. What usually we do, I myself does is I look at the case and then I go on scribbling what are my points in terms of the cases. Yeah, because I come from a corporate, I would have some experience. I'm from marketing domain, so I would have some experiences. So I would list down those, okay, and I would have some critical points and junctions at every line. So I would first make my own notes, and then I would look at the teaching note and let us see.
How is your memory?
Yeah.
How is your memory?
My memory is quite.
So because I'm just trying to figure out. Does Tara have to memorize everything? Because that would be a very stressful job, isn't it? That I had a case to read first. So firstly, I have to remember the case facts. Then there was a teaching note. Then I made my own notes. So do I have to deliver it according to this script? Or do I do something else actually?
Okay. So what basically happens is, for my case, is that I take my rough notes in the class and then the fresh cases I deliver in the class. Okay. And then they come up with their own viewpoints. And then I look at my own points and I start questioning them. So as a result of which, what happens is I am in sync with what they are trying to say. So these would be my thoughts, because at the end of it, there is a case teaching note which will be there.
Sure.
That teaching note will also have is made by somebody, so it will have his or her viewpoints as well. So how much we are syncing or how much convergence is there, that also could be.
Let me close this part. So Tara has some kind of a preparation. This preparation is notes. This preparation is teaching notes, thinking, and so on. So before the class, ma'am, does Tara need to do anything? Yeah, you ma'am there. Yeah.
Hello. According to me, when Tara, the preparation that she needs before the case, I feel, sir, in OB, we have a model, sir, of decision making, which is called rational decision making. And so we have another model which is called bounded rationality. So when we teach case study in the class, I mean, this is at least my approach. So there'll be many, from many different factors that the students would want to discuss about in the class. My role as an instructor there would be to give them direction. So, sir, if you're talking about the amount of preparation, I think a lot of preparation is required for the teacher.
You already transitioned into your class. I was saying now, between the time she did preparation according to the gentleman in the nice jacket, and before the beginning of the class, what does she do actually? Does she need to do anything?
So you have to, sir, understand, I mean, like read the case study. And given the assumption that I know the theory, have been teaching it for quite some time. So that is something that I already know.
For example, do you think it's Tara's business to know her students? Or, Tara is teaching in year 1, year 2, year 3, different audiences, everywhere she can do the same thing.
So it's not possible because like the first time when you are dealing with them in the first semester, it's not possible to know all of them. But obviously, as a teacher, when I'll enter the class, I need to have this open mindset that a lot of different questions are going to come. So I have to direct.
How does Tara interpret questions? Because I'm saying that somebody just makes a small whatever. Somebody says, no, economically it's not viable. Does it help Tara to know that this person is from an economics background or not from an economics background? So I'm just trying to understand that, say, would you, as Tara, be cognizant of individual students and their backgrounds, and therefore what your delivery would be is customized towards them? Or would you have a general kind of approach?
So initially a general kind of a, because sir, when I teach case study in the class, my assumption always is that when, like, if a similar problem comes up in the corporate also, it is better that I don't have that biasness, that who is coming from which department or who is coming from which specialization. So if I really need a good outcome or a good solution, I need to have that general approach. So that's what I feel.
Yes, sir. You wanted to say something? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sir, I would like to say that in the last semester, I have taught a case study regarding cost accounting. Being a cost accountant, taking cue of what Madam said just now, that whether we are going to answer a specific question of a student or we are going to generalize everything. The thing is that when I was teaching...
We were not saying that. We were saying, would you customize your interaction according to the background of the student?
Okay,
suddenly, if you realize that there is a history student in your class,
exactly,
would you say, what is the history of cost accounting in India?
Yeah.
This is
so
what
I'm trying to say, that different questions are coming when I'm discussing a case study in the class, and I have to answer, I have to address each and every question from that particular perspective. But at the end of the class...
Does Tara as an instructor have to answer all the questions?
No.
So, because I mean, anyway, you have so much trouble in the world. If you actually want to take that also on your head, I don't know, melody itni chocolatey kaise bani? Who knows actually? One doesn't know. So there are things which are, we are not at the, actually cusp of humanity where everything is by now solved. There are a lot of mysteries, a lot of things.
No, what I want to say that, say for example, if I'm discussing a case study regarding cost accounting, say for example. Now the case study is regarding a particular person who has eating joints in Hyderabad. And after he's adding too much of eating joints over there.
In the interest of time, I'll ration your times because I'm getting now jittery about time. I don't want to delay you for your lunch.
Just a few lines. That after answering or addressing each and every specific question from that perspective, what I do, I generalize the thing at the end of the class.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Very briefly, sir, if you could just tell us.
Yes, sir. Sorry. I would end it within 1 minute. Sir, I personally don't think that a preparation for a case study is needed that much, because it should be free-flowing. Otherwise, there are some cases which needs time, like maybe 1 year. How can the student can solve it within 1 hour or 2 hours? Sure. Number one. Number two, that if you want to instigate the creativity and taking a risk and a bold decision throughout a case study in a formal way, that would be mundane. The students end of the class will be a robot only to solve the case. He cannot be expressing his creativity and bold decision. The bold decision may be taken as a bad kind of thing when the teacher is awarding him or her the marks. So bold decision is needed in solving some cases.
Okay.
So in that traditional form of case study solving, nothing would happen. If the everything teaching notes are there, if the too much of preparation by the faculties, they have to answer all the questions. It will be ending in a damn squib, sir.
So basically, true to case method, we have now two viewpoints emerging in the class. One set of people think that Tara has to prepare. Okay. The other set of people are saying that preparation is problematic actually, because it hinders creativity. It actually would take much longer and so on. True to myself, as I said, there are a lot of mysteries. I'll right now let this mystery be in your head. I'm not going to give you any solution to that. Last comment, sir, from you. Yeah.
Yeah, so what would Tara do, or why should Tara teach that thing?
So help us now.
Yeah.
In terms of time, let me ask you a specific question. So inside the class, we have your neighbor saying that we should let it be a free flow, etc. If you agree with him, then I'll ask you a different question. If you do not disagree with him, then you can tell us whatever you think on this.
No, I have a slightly different view on that.
Sure.
Okay. One thing, when Tara is actually looking at the case and probably she wants to teach that particular case, there needs to be some kind of preparation that I believe. Secondly, this is a kind of objective that she's having when she's going to teach that particular case. And the time is also limited. It's not that I have got enough time just that I can go and teach the case. So probably
you're reminding me of that.
No. So what exactly is that Tara needs to prepare, needs to find out where, probably needs to anticipate what are the possible reactions that would be coming from the students. That she needs to understand. Probably she would only interrupt and direct at those points only to guide the discussion.
So hang on. Listening to you, you know what our friend, your neighbor was saying. So are there definitive solutions to a case?
No, I'm not saying definitive solutions,
So
but
then
there
how
are
is Tara guiding
alternatives. Alternatives I am talking about.
Oh, okay.
So there might be 4 or 5 alternatives which, during the course of discussions might come up.
Sure.
And probably then, if I have got something to focus upon, the objective of, relating to some kind of a theory, at that point, probably Tara needs to pitch in and, give that particular view on that. Probably at that point of time, when Tara gives this particular thing, it only the students would be relate to the theory she wants to teach. That's the objective that she would like to take them through. So that's the way probably I think Tara should be doing.
Okay. So let's stop Tara's story here. There are other things which Tara needs to do. Here I said I used a catchword. She facilitates in some way the classes discussion and helps them go to either one or many, whatever kind of possibilities. One part missing, and I hope people who are talking in the afternoon, they will talk about it, is that do you think Tara's evaluation methods would be same as, say, somebody who uses a lecture method, or would it have to be a different kind of method? Okay. So I leave you with that thought. I'll use 15-20 minutes of my time. So this was basically for those of you who did not have an exposure to or who do not teach through cases. This was a kind of lecture demonstration on case method. Let me just talk about some other things. First set of things. So I need that's right. এসেছে এই প্রথম চলে যান প্রথম স্লাইড এই ছিল দেখুন তো Can you read this actually? Any of these, can you read what's written there?
No, sir. No.
No, nobody can.
We cannot. Only rupees 120, I could say.
Okay. If you want and if you promise to go back quickly, you can even come here and read, You can read from here. So some people need eye testing. This is what we realize. It's Bangla. It's Bangla. So, okay. So there could be a language issue, So those of you who speak, who can read Bangla, can you read this? Okay, what is that? Hey, jinish ki, what is this stuff?
Rice.
So what do you think is happening? Can we just go on to the next one? Yeah. So now that you are a fast Bangla reader, Okay. So, sorry?
Personalizing the brand. Like me, myself, if I am what it is.
Sure. Who do you think this guy must be actually? Where do you think? It's a supermarket?
Yeah.
So, you see, this is a guy in Lake Market. Lake Market earlier used to be one story. Now they have made it multi-story. The old chaps who were in Lake Market, they still have their shops there. So this is a shop which has, I don't know what is the term for it in Bangla, but it has variety of things. Two brothers who own the place, one of the brothers keeps on doing this. Why do you think he does this? And how would that help?
He adds to the brand because there will be many rice shops, but this will be acting as a.
So, for example, Kohinoor or Dawat or whatever, or India Gate or whatever rubbish it is, all those chaps, how much variety do they have? Here, if you realize India's own rice traditions, you have multiple varieties. In fact, if you invite me home for dinner, I can tell you at least 100 varieties myself. So, in a time when you are to compete now Dawat Basmati rice, how does this guy compete with Dawat Basmati rice? This is a good kind of differentiator. He's trying to tell you, I know more about rices. I can even give you tips about how to make your dishes and so on. Now, why am I showing you all this? My own crib, and I have been teaching at IIM Calcutta since 97. Somewhere there is a kind of deep disconnect in management teaching and the context around us. Because, you wanted to send people to corporations. What is the definition of corporation? How much, turnover should it have minimum, actually?
Turnover, yes. 200 crores, 100 crores, 200 crores.
So can you see the biases? Would it include, so in Calcutta, tell me, how many businesses are there in Calcutta which are 200 crore plus? I may be located in Medinipur, okay. Whatever, Medinipur, Hansavati Business School or something, I just made up the name. Now, if I go there, would there be any 200 crore chaps there? Is management only about large corporations? So I'm just saying this, that to me, management is the art and science of how do we make our everyday lives better, actually. That is how I would define it. If that is the idea, then somebody should study this. Somebody should write a case on this. There is a very brilliant guy in terms of innovation. There is Calcutta right now, there is a plethora of actually cake shops which are coming in. One answer to that is that these are all kind of women who are taking a break from work due to childbirth and so on, and they want to get back to work. They don't get back, so everybody has started making cakes. Okay. There is an important social phenomena which somebody needs to look at. Somewhere as case writers, we only think of, Tesla, we think of, Google and so on. Do you think we'll succeed at that? So one of the very interesting things is that in the beginning of globalization, American universities started sending their students to India on some kind of no India kind of trips. Think about it. How much of no India is there in your curriculum batch? How much your students know about the India's business context? So one issue which I had with actually case writing and also perhaps teaching is that we need to reconnect with our own surroundings. Write small cases. Read a newspaper article that can become your case lead actually. Write about whatever is happening in your vicinity and so on. Can I just go to the next slide, please? I'm enjoying my moment in the sun, It's like koi hai, and then they change the slide. So this is what it is. Can we just go ahead from here, please? See, we have talked about how case method works. Anybody recognizes this? Ramya Venkateshwaran gets whatever an A in the course. Basically, she figured out it's something called Kolb's, actually learning schema, so to say. So basically, what it would say that you begin with a concrete experience. Now, how many concrete experiences can anybody in a lifetime may have actually? Our lives are very limited, In fact, suddenly let me invoke a chap called Asadullah Khan Ghalib, and who says that Hazaro khwahishe aisi har khwahish pe dam nikle, bahut nikle mere arma, lekin fir bhi kam nikle. That I had so many thousands of desires, and such desires that on each one I could have sacrificed my life. But I just had, at some level those desires. My energy did not kind of allow me to kind of explore all those desires. So what I'm trying to put to you that, and this, as management teachers, you need to understand this, that any education works on something called vicarious learning. Vicarious learning is that I tried to look for you a kind of graphic where somebody hits a wall. I was getting very cartoony kind of stuff, so I did not use it there. But suppose I hit a wall. Do I need to hit the wall to realize that it hurts? I have seen others. I can get to know about it from others, and that's how I know it can hurt actually. So essentially, education to me is about vicarious learning. Remember, everything which we require in life, formal education cannot help in everything. There are many things, for example, where you have to live through the situation, realize from whatever it is. So essentially, first you start with concrete experiences. Cases become a tool actually that in some ways, think about it. Why do people read novels actually? Anybody who reads fiction here? And ma'am, what's wrong with you? Why do you read fiction?
I don't know what's wrong, but I love reading fiction.
Why do you do that?
Why do I do that? Experience others' thought, life.
So a bit of voyeurism. You want to see what is happening in others' lives. Okay. And also expanding your experience base actually, isn't it? So the all idea of movies, books, reading biographies and so on. Because I mean, what Gandhiji promised to his mother, how does it matter to me at some level? Okay. But then you see some that, okay, what happens when you make promises to somebody who is very close to you and then you break them? So maybe there is a bit of learning from there, so to say. So essentially, through cases, we are trying to expand actually the experience space of our students. As my friend there, so what is your neighbor's name? So what is your name? Rajkumar Dasgupta. So as Professor Dasgupta was saying actually, that realize that this is a dead situation. This case is actually, it has happened before, or maybe in this case, the case which I read to you earlier, Arifa's case, that I just made up actually. So that case did not even exist. It never happened to anybody. Though, do you think the dilemma which I talked about is unique to Arifa? You know, the student, it's a very universal dilemma right now, you know. So basically, after you have concrete experiences, and this is what we try to increase the repertoire of experiences through cases, there is a reflective observation, and then people get into abstract conceptualization. So you know, the learnings, in fact, let me throw this question. So I know there is one fiction reader in the class. Are there any biography readers in the class? People who read other people's biographies? And why do you do that? Okay, can we just give him a mic? You know, somebody just flicked the mic actually. There was a mic going around in this area.
So their stories tell many things. So for example, I was listening to the discussions being held in this session. I mean, it reminds me one story which I read a few weeks ago. It says that Swamiji used to explain Panini's, we call it Panini's Bakaron, in some storytelling manner and with some real day-to-day life examples. I mean, as you were advising, and absolutely correct, the case is nothing but a story of a real life situation, which is expressed in a formal way. And biography is basically, I just relate these things. I mean, biography gives you that kind of stories which is related to your many of the decisions in life, and that acts as your guide. I mean,
so that guide is not that if Swamiji went to Chicago, what
no matter.
That's not it.
No matter.
So I'm just saying that this is where you come to abstract conceptualization. You know, the case maybe of Arifa entering Bodh Gaya, but that is not the point at all. Point is that other people who are learning from there, what do they learn about how to deal with dilemmas? So this is where you have abstract conceptualization and then active experimentation, and then you keep on going in a cycle. Those of you who are familiar, it's version of it is also called PDCA kind of cycle and so on. Can we just have the next slide, please? Yeah. Do you recognize this? Any of you recognizes this? If I had more time, I would have had fun actually asking you to. That's right. So it's very fascinating. Rochars devised these ink blot tests. There were 12 of them. I'm just reading a biography of Rochars right now. Cases. So let's do this short experiment. What do you see in that map? What is there? Okay. What about you, sir? What do you see? Yeah. People are so surprised when I ask them to speak. Me? My God, as if I have committed sacrilege.
It seems to read the psychology.
No professor stuff. Tell me, what is it?
Oh, from the image, what I see. It's about 4 directions like that. 4 directions in forms.
So my limited point is actually that cases are like these ink blot diagrams. Different people read different things. And that's why a class becomes interesting. Can we go further, sir? Just go further. This is a chap I want you to know about. This was a French literary critic, Roland Barthes. Barthes in 1968, he made a very famous statement. He said, the author is dead, actually. So basically, what he was saying, that what is written in the case is not important. What people read in the case is more important. And that's why, more than the text, the idea of readings of the text, that becomes more important. So when you use a case as a device in your class, are the students telling you about what is happening in the case, or are they telling you about what is happening in their own lives? And, I remember once I taught a case to a local company, a case called Acme and Omega. At the end of the discussion, they came to beat me up. They said, you have written this case on our company and you have shown it in bad light. So this was the degree of identification people can have. Because the text is dead. Who are the people who are live there? The students are there. You are there. Very wisely, our friend there, he said, your question is what? Keep on guiding the discussion so that it does not remain a mere discussion. You can hope for some kind of insights. Hope for. Insights are not that easy. You may not get it every time. So basically, this is where cases, I just wanted you to know about Barthes, that it's more about the students who are doing cases rather than what is the text which is there. Can we just go a bit further, please? And just to, say the same point again. So you know about knowledge, explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. Here you're dipping into the tacit knowledge of the students, getting into a whole kind of, at some level, understanding. So let me summarize what I was trying to do in this part. I actually advocated that we should be writing more local kind of cases which are connected to our day-to-day lives, so to say. B, I was also saying, how does case method work? So cases are devices which can elicit a variety of responses from people about a certain kind of situation. What you're doing in a case, you are primarily inducing people to do what he was saying, that essentially they develop critical thinking, they develop argumentation and so on. Plus, they also develop appreciation of certain concepts. So I would like to leave it here. I don't know how good or bad manager.
One small question I have. Yeah. This is very nice in a HR kind of situation.
Sure.
But let's say it's a finance kind of situation.
Sure.
There's a particular bank, and for some reason it's shown the case why the NPA is increased, and it was badly managed, there was HR problem, and therefore the bank collapsed. So there it is very definitive. Unlike an HR, it will be much more very.
So two things. First is, when Professor was talking about cost management cases, most of the finance cases, apologies for saying that, they are fake cases. So basically they will say X is sitting at Goa and looking at the sun, setting in the sea, and he's thinking, should he use NPV or IRR? So very abruptly they will kind of come there. What I would like to inform you, that history is being taught right now through case method. Because see, basically what are you doing? There are multiple decision paths. You're trying to say, if I take this, what is going to happen? If I take this. So, for example, if India was declared a Hindu Rashtra in 1947, what would have happened? This is a what if question. These are historical kind of, so basically, even in finance, a good kind of, if you want to have discussion on NPA, leave them with the situation. This is the bank situation. This is what is happening to the economy. what should a bank manager do? So you can't now, I'm just saying that even in very definitive convergent situations, you can get into the process of reaching those situations and create a case around that. Okay. Having said that, I was also saying don't use cases for everything. Okay. There are some things which are better said straight. Why would you like to waste time? Okay. Isn't it? In my original schema, I also had questions. I don't know how I'm messing up her time, so I'm worried about that actually. I was supposed to begin at 11. One thing as a case teacher, I would like to tell you in a very convergent manner, read your case. Don't go like him, saying that, you don't need to prepare. Go like him, prepare for 4 hours for a case. Be in time. Because you're also the role model for students. You're modeling that they should come in time. So I came here at 11. I was told 11. I think 11, 10, 12 or something, the break happened, then half an hour. So that is 11:32. I think I may be just nearing an hour actually. I would not like to eat into her time. So maybe just 2 or 3 quick questions.
Sir, we are discussing about finance case. I normally, as a finance faculty for valuation, I use Microsoft valuation.
Sure.
Microsoft financial analysis, it is a Harvard case. Now here what happens, though the data is no doubt definitive, but here with the help of this example, I can discuss that in spite of having negative working capital, in spite of having negative operating capital, how company can enhance its free cash flow to equity and how company can increase its valuation by holding a majority of amount of asset in cash and marketable securities. So in finance, no doubt data is there. And report is there.
But comment about finance cases hit you? Is that why you were?
No, not at all, sir. I'm saying that with the help, if we identify the proper finance cases, simultaneously we can cover different dimensions. Economic value added, MVA, FCFE, FCFF. So ultimately, students have to understand.
So suddenly, the word is coming to me in Bangla. I'm not a native Bangla speaker, but I have lived in the city for 25 years. So the word which came to me, gaye legeche actually.
No, not at all. Not at all, sir. Not at all. So when we are talking about the case, actually, we are assuming there should be a problem area.
Sure. So in the interest of time, thank you for your intervention. I forgot to mention, so initial cases from Harvard, they were mostly the argumentation cases. Then what started happening that they started writing many cases which are best practices cases. So like you're saying, how did Microsoft go through valuation? You can even teach those. But to me, the more interesting part would be not to leave the students by explaining this is what Microsoft did, but to help them think, why did Microsoft do what it did, basically? So that is what it is. Any other questions? One question, if you have. Yes, Mr. Dasgupta, short.
Yes, sir. It will be short and sweet. Sir, this...
Sweet, I'm not very convinced about.
So this case studies, there's like Harvard case studies, European Union case studies, this kind of thing. It's kind of elitist kind of things. So these are kind of elitist kind of case study, which does not have any connect with Indian students.
Sure.
So if they want to solve it, they will solve it according to textbook and their thinking, which may not commensurate with the American problem. So we think we should write more case study, quality case studies on Indian context. Just now you said that is a shop in Medinipur, you have made a case study. So that kind of case study is needed.
This was not shop in Medinipur, this was Lake Market.
Yes, sir, Lake Market. So we should make Indian kind of case study more for our students instead of going for Harvard like a rabbinical this thing. So we can do it in a much easier way, I guess. Thank you, sir.
Sure. So just to expand on what Professor is saying, I have used, because of my interest in the movies as cases. So I remember Simabad, for example, I used in one course. I every year use movie called Nasi Sahib and so on. So you can use movies as cases. You can use news reports as cases. So if your idea is that you're not getting Indian material, don't sit on your haunches. Go search for it, generate it. That's what I'm saying. So thank you for being nice and kind. And I think
Thank you, sir, for your valuable deliberation. All the participants must have enjoyed the session and taken away a memorable learning experience. Since it was quite an interactive session, I guess no further questions are there. So I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce Professor Dr. Ramaya T. Venkateswaran, who is an associate professor at Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, in the Strategic Management Group and also chairperson admissions for 2020-22-24. She joined academia after completing more than a decade of corporate work experience in India and teaches courses on strategic management, strategy execution, international business, and more recently on sustainability. With a PhD from IIM Bangalore, her past research work has been in the area of culture in international business, whether she has adopted a variety of perspectives ranging from empirical, critical, decolonial, and philosophical, and using both qualitative and quantitative methodologies. She has published in journals such as Asia Pacific Business Review, Asia Pacific Journal of Management, Critical Perspective on International Business, and Journal of Business Research, and presented her research work at several international conferences. She is more recently interested in decolonizing management education and the Research Methods Initiative of MSR Division of the Academy of Management. She is also in the India chapter of the International Humanistic Management Association. A three-time winner of Best Reviewer Award at the Academy of Management, she has won a Best Instructor Award at the X Culture Project in the year 2018 among instructors from 27 countries. Ma'am, may I request you to come up on stage and kindly grace the occasion. I would request Professor Shormishta Mukherjee to please felicitate her with a token of honor from AIMS West Bengal chapter. Ma'am, please come up on stage.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And it's been such a pleasure to, this is my first visit for the Association of Indian Management Schools. And I must say that the previous session, Professor Jha, although he's been my colleague, this is the first time I had a wonderful opportunity to sit through your class like a student, and such an engaging session it was. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to, he's really set the stage for what I want to talk about, and I'm going to dive right into the topic. I've set my alarm for 1:30, but I'm told that I can go on till 1:45. All right, so since lunch is waiting and your next session is at 2:30. I want us to think about what Professor Jha mentioned as the deep disconnect that many of us must be experiencing as part of I want us to think about the deep disconnect that we must be experiencing or maybe experiencing, right? At least I heard some instance of it. Some things that I caught from the discussion is somebody talking about net practice. I'll come to that. We talked about, are we generating students for placements? Something that we feel some dissonance about. There was one example mentioned, that a student, an MBA student, was not allowed to go for his father's funeral because of what is our notion of academic discipline, right? Maybe some of us felt some dissonance or disconnect. Many things about management education. What is it that we are teaching our MBA students? What is it that they are actually going out and doing there in their companies? Are they really going back to the notebooks and to our textbooks, referring to those theories and really applying them? What is the knowledge that we are imparting to them? And what is the knowledge that we are creating in the management research through which we are enabling them with newer knowledge or relevant knowledge? There are lots of disconnects that we feel, or many of us seem to experience. And in today's session, I want us to focus back on ourselves and that experience, or that individual experience of disconnect that we feel within each one of us, and reflect on it, because it is where the disconnect lies, that the opportunity for new knowledge creation also lies. So please value your own experience, right? So what is the concrete experience that you are that you are feeling? And I'm going to motivate my session from that particular thought. So are we looking at cases on companies, like he mentioned about the Teslas and the big corporates of the world, or should we look at the Kirana? So what is it that's really surrounding us? Are we connecting with our context, right? The fact that context matters is something that, that emerged from the entire discussion that all of us had. So again, if we talk to practitioners in the industry and then ask them, are you reading these journal articles which was published? Are they reading the journal articles that we are publishing? Any practitioners that you are aware of?
I think no, they're not reading it.
Right? How much respect do they have for the journal publication? And that's even if you spend, say, 3 years and 4 years, maybe get an A-star publication, an A category publication. Maybe the journals that we are publishing are part of the, the highest ranked journals will be the Western journals or the American journals, right? And our own homegrown journals are also modeled on those journals. So what is the process through which we are creating knowledge? For whose consumption are we creating this knowledge? And how are we creating this knowledge, right? And why are we feeling this disconnect, right? So that's something that I want us to think about in today's session. So I'm going to start with, how does this work? Okay, the whiteboard went away, is it? Okay. So let me present. Okay, maybe we can, I will talk a bit and then see to the extent to which we can use the slides, because some of that may not be readable in any case. So this is a gist of one of the papers that recently Professor Ojha and myself had written from IIM Bangalore. In this paper, we are arguing, we motivate this based on what is called traveling theory, right? When I say traveling theory, it's a work of Edward Said. Traveling theory basically says that in a context A, I had a certain concrete experience, right? There is a certain history to that particular context. There is a history, there is a culture, there is a certain particularities of that context. And in that context, I had certain insights, right? I abstract from that context. I create a concept or an abstraction out of that insight, right? And I say that maybe this is something called a theory which will be applicable to that particular context. Now, in the process of creating that abstraction and in the process of creating that conceptualization, I am dehistoricizing and departicularizing and decontextualizing that particular insight, right? And then I call it this abstraction called theory. Now, that's still fine. I'm going to take that abstraction and that theory is going to travel, right? This is what Said calls as traveling theory. It travels to another context B and I'm going to forcefully apply it there. Now, it's not going to fit very well, but I will also have some certain forces of domination which are also happening. I will say, oh, this theory is great, this particular journal is great, or this particular textbook says it, or these particular authors have said it. So many citations are there, right? So this must be true, right? And then you create a misfit, right? It's not always going to fit. But then what will you do? You will take that theory. Most of our research, what we do, we replicate the theory, we test the theory, we validate the existing theories, right? We extend it a bit. We add certain contextual variables and say, maybe this theory applies in this way, and then in some other way, in some other context, slight variation is required. But still, that theory is considered universal, right? Management theories, we are still considering it as universal, just as the theories in the physical sciences are. But are management theories universal? Are they universal theories?
No, ma'am.
No, right? The disconnect deep in our heart tells us, right? These are not universal theories. However, we are still following that same paradigm, right? Same paradigm. Maybe it was a Eurocentric paradigm earlier. Maybe it is a US-centric paradigm now when it comes to management education. So that's what this paper argues, that we have not been able to come up with any Indian management theory or any relevant or indigenous Indian management paradigms, which are like completely not just a replication or an extension or tweaks of the Western models. We have not been able to do this, which are context-sensitive theories, which inform research, which inform practice, which our practitioners will find useful, which researchers will think that, no, yes, this is what makes sense here, and I don't feel a disconnect with this. Why have we not been able to come up with something like that? Right? So this is a valid question to ask. It's not there, but why is it not there? And the argument is that, one, of course, the influence of colonization persists, right? We still assume that what's been developed there is superior, right? Whatever is Western, right? The Western theory. And there is a Euro and US-centric knowledge systems. And the second thing is that we continue to think, write, read, and teach in the English language itself, right? No problem about that. But the fact is that our own thinking has moved very far away from our own original, say, how many of us can possibly read and write in our mother tongue? How many of us know? Every language embodies within itself a certain worldview, a certain view of the universe, a certain set of assumptions, all of which we have just dismissed. And we say that, okay, this is what we will subscribe to. And that is where a lot of the disconnect is also possibly being experienced, right? So, the argument in this paper is that scholars are encouraged to, if we want intellectual freedom, there are two steps to doing it. One is what is called demystification, and then the second is reversal, right? So when I talk about demystification, I'm basically saying that let me bravely call out that yes, this is not acceptable, this is not applicable in my context, or this is nonsense, right? Or this doesn't make sense, right? Let me have first the courage to call it out and say, I'm not using this particular thing in this context. I really need something else in this context, but not always, right? I'm not saying that we have to dismiss all the knowledge that is there. That is not when I talk about decolonizing management research, it is not about dismissing existing knowledge. It is about what is called recentering oneself, right? I will accept the knowledge that is coming from various quarters, all the winds may blow from various windows, but I will not be blown off my feet, right? As Gandhiji had said. So demystification is one step, is to calling out. And the second one is the reversal, right? So here is a new thing. And maybe I will reverse this trend, right? So it requires a huge amount of courage and maybe collective action to probably think in this particular direction, at least to value our own sense of disconnect, if at all we feel it. That where is it coming from? Who am I? Why am I feeling this disconnect? What is my historical background? What is my cultural background? Why is it that in this particular situation, I am not feeling that this particular thing is applicable or not applicable? And can I value that? And from that, can I come up with something new, right? So that's what this particular paper talks about. So we can skip this slide. So this is just the quote that I added, just to give the context that it's a next slide, please, about the notion of decolonization. And it is not about rejecting the assumption that the modern West is, this is again from, this Africa. In Africa, there's been a lot of movement towards decolonizing the management curriculum, the MBA curriculum. So there, Membe is actually one of the leading scholars in this particular initiative. And here he talks about, it is not about rejecting the notion that Africa is, or the Western theories are applicable in Africa. It's about, it's not about closing the door to European or other traditions. It is about defining clearly what the center is. I will operate from this center. I will take what I want. I will not take what I don't want, right? So are we in that kind of a position of power, right? So a lot of this is about knowledge and power, right? That's what this literature is about. So can we just move to the next slide? Yeah. So one thing, one way of possibly getting to a newer way of thinking, is something that I would like to illustrate with my own, with my research, just as an example. And I'm sure you will all have many, many more ideas and possibly better ideas. Like Professor Jha was mentioning, it's not only through cases. Maybe you can use a movie. Maybe you can use a newspaper article. Maybe you can use other forms, right? And my presentation is going to be in that direction. Now, existing management theories have failed, right? Even for the Western world, they have failed to create a sustainable world. And therefore, there is a strong case. And there is a strong case for decolonized and possibly indigenous theorizing, right? Context-sensitive theorizing. So I take a theory from there and I apply it here. It's not working. So I need something to create a better world, right? So why is it that we are not able to create it so quickly or so easily? Why is it that, okay, we understand we should do demystification, reversal, all this I can say, but why is it that we are not able to get that confidence to create that new theory? And for that, of course, the colonization is there, the English language domination is there, but yes, it's been several years, we've understood it. Now we should be able to do it, right? It's not that you can't keep saying that forever. So why is it that we are not able to do? So one reason is that accessing indigenous wisdom is difficult due to both loss of confidence. These are the lingering effects of colonization. One is amnesia, which means we have forgotten what we knew, right? The second is there is a loss of confidence. Maybe I'm seeing some phenomenon here, but I'm still thinking about it in the Western frames, or I'm not having the confidence to say that, yes, this is a new theory, or to be able to say that this thing, the way in which we do the decision making in my family business is something which is unique and I think it is a new theory. There is a loss of confidence because of this feeling of the superior and inferior, right? So that's still there. So such knowledge has been suppressed over decades, right? So that knowledge over generations, it's got suppressed. There is amnesia, there is a loss of confidence, and therefore, and on top of it, because of the English language dominance, our research methodology is also heavily text-based. We are writing cases, right? Even if you want to do something context sensitive, most of the time you're trying to do, let me do qualitative research, right? Maybe quantitative research will not give me something that's specific to the context. Let me not just do the number crunching and come out with the model. Most often know that I might be testing other models with quantitative research. So let me do qualitative research. Now, if I'm doing qualitative research, can you just move to the next slide? Or can I move, navigate the slides from here? No. Could you please move to the next slide? Yeah. So if you look at qualitative research methodology in management research, first of all, the nature of data being analyzed in qualitative research. What is the nature of data when we collect qualitative data? When we are collecting, what is the nature of the data? Is it numbers? No. But what is it? What does the data look like? Scale data. That is still quantitative, right? Ultimately. Passages, paragraphs, text, right? So my input is basically, maybe it is in-depth interviews, it is documented as text, maybe it is there as an audio track or whatever, but still you're going to convert it to text. It is case studies, it is accounts of experiences, maybe somebody writes an ethnography, it's documents, it is minutes of discussions, it could be notes from participant observation, predominantly text. Still, it's going to be mostly English text, right? Maybe very rare cases you may have in other languages, but you're going to have text as input for any research methodology in qualitative research method. You're going to have text as input. And what is the output? you're going to use methods like grounded theorizing. You're going to say hermeneutics, literary criticism, ethnography, historiography, phenomenology. These are all the methodologies or the approaches that you might take. And you will use analytical techniques such as rhetorical analysis, critical analysis, narrative inquiry. You might use linguistic analysis, content analysis, all of this, right? All these methods are also based on text. You will use an NVivo or some such tool, and they are going to have text-based methods. And your output, which is your model, which is also going to be represented in some form of text, at best a 2x2 or a two-dimensional whatever model that you're going to create, right? So you can see the heavy dominance of text-based methods and text input and text output in existing qualitative research methods in the current paradigm, right? And if you want to access indigenous knowledge, can you go back to the previous slide that I had? No, the previous one. Yeah. If at all indigenous knowledge has survived, right? So right now we are saying it is suppressed. And if at all it has survived in some form, it may exist in our vernacular architecture. It may exist in our artistic traditions, in less spoken languages, in dialects. And let me remind you that languages in India are dying. Every day languages are dying. And along with that, a worldview is dying, right? The indigenous knowledge is dying. So it may be there in folk literature, in myths and legends, in the living arts, right? So this knowledge, whatever indigenous knowledge, has gotten marginalized into many of these. Anything to do with Indian culture or tradition, you have to go to any one of this art event or culture event or something else, right? You don't get it in your main sphere of work. So accessing such knowledge calls for opening up embodied and experiential ways of knowing, right? So it is not just the text-based knowing. You need embodied knowing, you need experiential knowing, which means that as a researcher, you have to be in the field and experience with your whole being and figure out what are you feeling about that particular phenomenon and how can I articulate it best and what can I theorize out of this, right? So a couple of ways in which some scholars have started thinking in this direction is something that I would like to share. And I'm sure you will all take on with many, many more ideas. So next slide, please. There was a diagram. Yeah. So this is basically, this is the same thing when I talked about text-based methodologies. There's an observer and there is a reality, right? And then there is a process of observing. But when we observe this reality, a lot of this, whatever we are observing, we are documenting as text, right? We are not even asking this question of who is this observer. We are assuming that any observer across the world, any researcher is the same. It's an objective researcher, right? Objective and impartial researcher, unbiased researcher. But that's not the case. As a researcher, you have an identity. You have your, not necessarily biases and prejudices. You have your worldview, right? And that's going to color your research. And that is, it's not coloring also. It is something that is going to influence your research, right? And just as it has influenced the theories that have been created in the Western context, you will also influence it. There is nothing to say that that was universal and this is particular, right? So again, you have text as input, text as output, text-based methodologies, text-based analytical techniques. So the question is, are there alternative ways of knowing that can inform us? Next slide, please. So there could be non-text-based bodies of indigenous knowledge, which could be in paintings, in photographs, dance, music, theater, architecture, even sculptures. And I wanted to illustrate the case of sculpture. So sculpture is basically about this body of ours is a symbol of our real being, right? So everything is a symbol of some higher reality. That's what this particular Aurobindo actually argues. So he says that if you want to look at embodied knowledge in the human form, it is possibly there in a sculpture. This is just one example. I have other scholars who are working with poetry, people who are working with dance, who are working with other ways of embodied and experiential ways of knowing, right? And therefore, sculptures may be able to inform us more about aspects of phenomenology than other cultural symbols. So let me just give you this example. Now, none of my examples are particular to any religion. I have more examples from a particular religion maybe, but there are other examples as well. So if I just give you the story, if it's like a case, right? If you just read it, you say that there's this character called Trivikrama, who in 3 steps encompassed the earth, atmosphere, and the sky and gained rulership of the universe. And Trivikrama was actually Vishnu in the form, the god Vishnu, who assumed the form of a dwarf, and he extracted a promise from this demon king Bali. And how much land could you, cover in 3 steps? He asked for that much land. And then in these 3 steps, he suddenly becomes a giant, and then he covers the earth, sky, and atmosphere, right? And then he therefore becomes the master of the universe. Now, this is a story. Now, if you suddenly see this sculpture, does the text do justice to this sculpture? You can see lots of things in the sculpture. Here is somebody else who's holding, so he's standing in this particular yogic posture, and then taking the 3rd step across the universe. Somebody is holding his foot and making sure, asking for forgiveness or whatever. It must be the king. There's also the story being represented here. The dwarf who has suddenly become the bigger, mightier, being. Right. So you see a lot more which is represented in a story, in a sculpture, than what could be written only as text. Right. And there is a richness. There's something striking about the sculpture. So is there a logic of visual creation which is different from whenever we think of concept, whenever we think something as some conceptual representation is required, we are immediately putting it in text and boxes. But here is a conceptual representation of a story, right? And maybe there is some abstraction you might take out of it, right? Again, the same sculpture, you find this particular sculpture at Ellora Caves in Maharashtra, you find it in Nepal, and you're finding it in Tamil Nadu. So again, are they specific to the context, or is there something about this story that has made it a little bit more universal across these geographies? So should these works be understood historically as contingent interpretations of a particular social reality, or is there some instance of universal truth in this particular story? So it's a case study which has gone to multiple places, but it's still represented as a sculpture. It is not, and these sculptures have survived centuries, and these stories and these myths have survived. We still know, many of us still know many of these stories, and it's not because we all read journals about it, right? The knowledge has remained, right? The knowledge has survived. Go to the next slide, please. So therefore, should we explore approaches for conducting and representative qualitative research output that may use non-text based methodology, right? And today with AI, ML, all the industry 4.0 technologies coming in, maybe this might become much easier. You have data which can be in multiple forms. It doesn't have to be data only in text form, right? You can visual and video and all kinds of data can be captured. So can indigenous bodies of knowledge inform us of the same, right? Of these kind of approaches towards knowledge. And so basically what we're talking about is, can we approach knowledge creation from different philosophies of science, right? All knowledge doesn't have to come only from objective and positivist ways of looking at the world. Can there be alternative views, which is called, in philosophy of science, they call it newer ontologies and newer epistemologies. And ontology basically means, what is my belief about the world? What do I believe is the truth? What is my belief about reality? That is ontology. And epistemology is about, how will I approach creating that knowledge? Now, once I have a certain view that if I say motivation, for example, is it in my heart or is it out there in the team to, can I measure it using a survey instrument? Or culture, can I say it is on a scale of 1 to 100, I can measure power distance? Or do I experience power distance when I actually walk into a office room and then I see that the boss is seated at the head of the table, and both are different ways of experiencing power distance, right? So basically, can we look at newer ontological and epistemological possibilities in qualitative research? Next slide, please. So there's also the art of thinking. Now, a lot of our thinking has also become text-based, right? As researchers and as faculty, many times the words are coming to us, right? We have lost the art of thinking in images, the visual thinking, right? And there is of course, some of you may be knowing the different ways of thinking, different hats of thinking and all of that. But because our research is so text-based, our thinking, we are always trying to articulate ourselves in using the right word, right? That's how our conceptualization is also happening, right? So predominantly our thinking has also become that way, and we lost the ability to think in images, right? So this is on the basis of the works of Anand Kumaraswamy, who was a historian and philosopher of Indian art, who was an early interpreter of Indian culture to the West. Now, some of the issues that he had with the academic world, which it seem to be relevant now, is that first of all, the academic method is having an over-reliance on written communication. It means too much is left out, right? You can't represent everything in text. Of course, you can create a rich story. I'm not saying that you can write a very rich case study, but the feeling is many of the aspects about how you're going to actually feel when you talk to a particular CEO rather than writing about his or her account, right, is missed, right? There's a lot that's left out. The second thing is that there's an obsessive tendency of Western scholarship to use discrete categories in order to fit into academic organizational mental structures, right? So you'll divide cultures, you put a Hofstede, you'll say that these are, or you put clusters, and you divide religions, time periods, everything into discrete categories, right? You're not able to see integrated wholes. And the third thing, of course, there is also racism inherent in the Western world's criticism and misinterpretation of traditional and tribal cultures, the idea of literacy, the notion of progress, all of these things, and to completely dismiss the knowledge which might be existing in those communities, right? So that's also an issue that he had raised. Next, please. So I'm just going to present about the sculpture just as an example. It's mostly pictures. Can sculpture inform us about conducting and representing management research? Next slide, please. So here's one, right? What does anything strike you in this? So one is legend and the other is myth. Which could be legend and which could be myth? I mean, is there something that it provokes your thought on this? Right one is a myth, the left is a legend. The unicorn is a legend. Okay. Flying horse has to be a myth. But whatever, again, it's like Professor Jha was saying, it's like the ink blot, right? So yeah. Next one, please. So you have this. So I've basically looked at Indian sculpture particularly, if we want to look at indigenous knowledge from India. And the previous slide was just to show that the knowledge from sculptures, it can be universal. There's nothing to say that, I'm going to look at. But if we want to look at indigenous knowledge from India and a non-text based approach, I have chosen Indian sculpture as an illustration. And there have been Indian sculptures found in all these locations in India, right from Indus Valley to several places in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, right? So please go to the next slide. And here's how I got motivated. I saw this huge number of sculptures on what is known as the entrance gate or the gopuram of a temple, right? And in each one of these sculptures, you find that there are stories depicted, there are characters, and these are timeless stories which have been repeated to us. We've heard about it, or you can go read about it. But the stories are still alive, right? Those characters are very much alive. We will try and go closer and try to read them. And the interesting thing was, next slide, please, is that not only is it stories which are alive, you also find that there is a lot of dance researchers actually go here for new knowledge creation, right? They go there and look at some of these sculptures. You can see this. These are the 108 karanas or the movements in dance, right? And you can see if you take any one of these sculptures, you can see it has two hands, right? So it actually shows the first step and the second step of the dance in the sculpture. And it has a small, what is called like a Sanskrit epithet or something below, which might refer to something more about it. But you find that this is actually capturing the movement. The dynamic is captured there. And based on this permutations and combinations of these movements, entire dance performances are choreographed and created. So this is new knowledge creation, right? So this is research, right? There is an existing body of knowledge and somebody is looking at it and then they are introducing their own creativity and they are creating new knowledge. And it's not text-based at all, right? So why do we have to dismiss that? No, why do we have to think that management knowledge also possibly this is only in the field of dance, but those cultures have many, many more things to them that might tell us about, even about management, right? Next slide, please. You can skip this because it's heavily text-based. So from whatever I profess, I should not keep that kind of slide. So this is about the approach to knowledge, how the knowledge creation, the epistemological part, that's what I discussed so far. About the ontologies, this is what is the assumption about the researcher, about the observed facts and the theorizing. Next slide, please. So, yeah, here again, I refer to Powell's quote that says that the mind is not, when we talk about objective and, positivistic, and typically when we are talking about objective truth, right? You're assuming that every researcher will view a reality in a very, very objective way, and all researchers should come to the same conclusion if they do a rigorous job, right? But what Powell argues is that, the mind, the subject, is also in the game. You are not freely floating about without any foothold and passively reflecting on whatever is coming around. Your identity, your values, your position is also part of the game, right? So mental interest, what are my interests? What are my belief systems? What are my hypotheses, my postulates? All of these help make the truth that the mind declares, right? So it is not that, no, I'm completely divorced from it. I'm very much a part of it. There belongs to the mind a spontaneity and a vote, and it is in the game, right? So we have to understand if we are in the game, then we have to understand who are we and value our own experiences, our own history, our own background, understand that well, and then, then with that understanding, try to look for what is the right phenomenon I want to work on, not right phenomenon, what is the phenomenon I want to work on? Where do I feel the connect? Where does a practitioner, where is the pain point in our context, and what is it that we might want to address, right? Next slide, please. So again, this is another sculpture, which is, again, it's not an Indian sculpture, but this is about what are our assumptions about the human actor, right? Next slide. Next one. So yeah, previous you can see. So sometimes I might be a doctor, a journalist, a writer, photographer, or a teacher, right? And it's not about, so I have to take stock of who I am. And we very rarely do that in our research, right? What is but do I come from the cost accountant's perspective? Or am I coming in as I have an engineering background? As Professor Jha will always tell me that, no, you can't get that engineer out of you, right? Or somebody else who may be a doctor and then they have gone to do a research, but you're going to still look at it from those eyes. And why do we want to deny it? We seem to be denying it, right? And yeah. So the mix of the objective and subjective is a constant presence, and it's a constant challenge. Next slide, please. So here are some principles which are there in the iconography of Indian sculptures. So it says that any sculpture, it says that in fact there's a position that they take about observation. They're saying that no, you can't have observation. There is only meditation. That is the only way of knowing the character of an image. You can't just have direct observation and then you create a sculpture, right? This is about the principles of sculpture making. And whichever image that you create, that image must have a contemplative mood, right? That image also can't be, very rarely you will see, of course, other emotions, but most of the sculptures that you would have seen have a contemplative, they are not laughing too much or crying too much or looking too angry, except for some few rare ones. So this is the higher criterion placed by the Indian Shilpacharyas to the Indian sculptors. And this is a distinguishing characteristic of Indian art of image making, which is about that it should look like it has a contemplative mood. So next slide, please. Yeah, this is again a model of observer, then the observed facts, and then theorizing, right? And that there are multiple models which are possible based on multiple philosophies of science, right? So you may have, what are your instruments of observation? What is the reality? Are you observing with the mind, or is it the consciousness which is the observer? Our philosophy, particularly Hindu philosophy talks about that, right? That there is a supreme consciousness which is your observer. So what are your assumptions about the observer? What is the reality that you're observing? Is there a reality outside? Maybe most of us in one sphere of our life, we are told that all the reality is Maya. And then when we go into our research life, we are saying that, no, this is the reality and I have to observe this, right? So these are things that we need to just think about, right? And then, of course, there is interpretation, right? When you're creating concepts, there is two kinds. If you look at, there is what is called savikalpa and nirvikalpa, right? So you already have a prior model or a concept in your mind, and then you create something around it, right? Or you have nothing, and then you're trying to create a model out of it. And finally, there is theorization. So you have to have the correspondent rules with the reality. And there are many philosophies of science, many schools of thought, even in the Indian systems also, which tell us about different, multiple possible alternatives of these schools of thought, Indian philosophical thought, right? So can we explore some of those if we want to create new indigenous knowledge? Next slide, please. So these are some of the differences. For instance, I don't know too much about it, but if you take Nyaya Vaisheshika school, it says that cognition is neither true nor false when cognized, but may be true or false on later external verification. And in Mimamsa, it says that a cognition is true when cognized, but may be falsified on later external verification. So there are some way. So here it says it's true, and the second one says it can be true or false. And in Buddhism, it says that a cognition is false when cognized, but may be true on later external verification. So you find that there are multiple possibilities with respect to falsification of theories, right? So can we explore some of these as well, right, when we try to create the newer knowledge? Next one, please. So this is basically what you may know as this ladder of influence, which means that our beliefs also influence what we observe, right? So it's not that we are observing completely objectively, right? So it's important to examine what is the belief system and what is the ontology and what is the epistemology with which we are approaching the research. Next one, please. Again, this is about actually Kumaraswamy talks about an entire theory being represented in this particular sculpture. I don't think I will have enough time to go through this so much, but maybe you can read about it. Just go to the next slide. Yeah, there is a lot about creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, all of which is represented in this particular image. There is the notion of salvation. There is the nature. There is heart. There is spirit. There's a lot of it. You can possibly read about Kumaraswamy's work, because this particular sculpture is sort of the summum bonum of the Chola era, which sort of captures a grand theory of the universe itself, right? Next one, please. Yeah, this is the explanation. I can share it with you later, possibly. Next one. Yeah. So since theory is an abstract representation, what is included in the theory or not included into the theory should be left to the indigenous subject. Based on, there is a balance, of course, always between parsimony and comprehensiveness. So there is a selection that happens, what goes into the abstraction and what doesn't go into the abstraction. And that depends upon the contextual knowledge and what is the context, what is the identity of that particular researcher. So it's very important that we are conscious of that when we are theorizing. Next slide, please. So these are again some examples of sculptures. This is a paradox between male and female, which is Ardhanarishwara. Most of you may be familiar with this, right? Representing paradoxes in our research findings can be represented in some. Can research output representation also be non-textual, right? That is what this slide sort of just. This is a question, right? Next slide, please. Again, how can we imagine leadership in the post-COVID world? So I found these two sculptures in the entrance of the Tanjavur Art Gallery, right? And then you can see that there's a king and the queen, and you can see their body language is extremely humble, and they are having a service orientation that you can see in this, right? And there is a certain notion of leadership, right? That is possibly there here. Next slide. Again, here are entire panels of sculptures which give you stories and with multiple interpretations of the story. There was one more, I don't have the picture here. I saw it in the Indian Museum in Kolkata, which is about the dream of Buddha's mother, the dream of Maya. And in the same sculpture, you find multiple interpretations of the same story. So different people have interpreted that dream in different ways. So first of all, it's a dream, and then interpretation of a dream. And all of this is represented in the sculpture. And maybe you put a text-based representation, you will not get it in so much richness, right? So next one. Yeah, these are just other scholars who are working in similar areas. Of course, Professor Vasanthi Srinivasan, Professor Jyoti from IIM Bangalore, Professor Jyoti Bachani from St. Mary's College. They're all part of. They are part of the MSR division of Academy of Management. I'm also a part of that. So there's a Management, Spirituality, and Religion division, which is actually looking at newer research methods. So I'm part of the research methods initiative in it. Not really doing too much research on spirituality or religion, but I'm looking at what newer ways of research methods can inform us, right, in management research. There's also the International Humanistic Management Association, which is bringing in the human actor back into management, right? Both into practice as well as into research. And, acknowledging that, yes, it is not a rational actor model, but it is a human actor who is there with all the feelings, all the experiences, and that needs to be valued. Then, of course, INDAM, Indian Academy of Management, also a lot of good work happens. There are always some track or the other on indigenous Indian management. And next slide. Yeah, this is an example from one of my collaborators. This is Ms. Janani Murli. She is a Bharatanatyam professional dancer. She's an artistic director. And she came out with certain conceptualization based on dance itself. Yeah, just go ahead. In the interest of time, I'm just going to just show these slides. Yeah, so she had a model of what is called sadhana, which is about process beyond movement. It involves self-discipline towards performance. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is about embodying empathy. She says, like, in the classroom, we want our students to become ethical leaders, and we want them to have empathy towards others. But how can we teach that empathy? It's very difficult. You definitely can't have just case-based method and expect that person to become more empathetic, right? And we can't explain it, right? It has to be felt. But through dance, she was able to, through body movements and through giving situations where they are expected to feel and emote and express themselves, she was able to embody empathy in the pedagogy. So this is more about the pedagogical aspect of management education. Go ahead. Yeah, so this is embodied pedagogy, also could be explored through sculpture. I'm not sure what is the time. My alarm hasn't rung yet. Okay. So far I have spoken about research, about management research. How can we have newer ontologies and epistemologies? Some slides are about newer pedagogical approaches, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is an image of Lord Shiva as a teacher, right? As an ultimate teacher, and how does he teach? And therefore, what can it inform us about pedagogy, right? Go to the next slide. So here you can find that he actually teaches in silence. He doesn't speak, right? He's a young teacher and the students are all old, right? There are 4 sages sitting at his feet who are all very old and they are learning from him. He's seated facing the south. South is the direction of death, right? And in the knowledge of death lies the knowledge of all of life, right? That's the symbolism that is there. The transmission of knowledge is done through silence, not through words. And to each learner as per his or her learning capability. Now you can ask me how it is done and all of that, but that is a representation of a teacher, right? That learning, according to the learning ability of the student, the knowledge is being conveyed. So a doubt will arise in the mind of that particular student and the doubt gets answered by the teacher, right? Then there is also nature around, right? There is a banyan tree, there are birds and snakes and other creatures on it, which means that this knowledge is also in harmony with the nature and environment. There is also, there are many other symbolism of each of the gestures, the 4 hands representing, assurance, wisdom, blessing, compassion, all of these things. And then there is the snake also represents subconscious knowledge. It's not only knowledge which is at a explicit knowledge at a conscious level, but there's also subconscious knowledge. So all of this, can silence also be a pedagogical tool, right? How much of self-reflection, how much of reflection time do we really have in our education, right? So go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so what are the implications for decolonizing the classroom? So can we rethink about who is an ideal teacher? What is the ultimate teaching? What is it that we want to convey? What are the fundamental assumptions about the teacher, teaching, pedagogy, teaching philosophy, learning, and relationship with the student and environment that we assume in our MBA classroom? And if we want to think about indigenous knowledge, can we think about some of these things? Like how can we cultivate an attitude of compassion, empathy? What's the importance of the subconscious? Maybe some of these are insights from my insights from that particular sculpture. I'm sure you may have different insights, right? So, and if we want to bring in indigenous knowledge into the class, maybe how can we how do we communicate it? How do we use some of these things, right? So, next slide, please. Again, this is from a Mughal painting. It is about an ideal student, right? So what's this? Again, you can see that there's nature here. and the student is actually writing a commentary on the Quran, right? So very much like a research scholar writing a review of a paper or of a book or whatever it is, right? And you can see the body language, you can see the work, the surroundings and all of that, right? So there are certain, and now if you write a text-based description of this, there's nothing, not too much that you can say, but you can observe a lot based on just the painting. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is again about, this is again a bronze statue of a veena player, right? So this is a demonstration of a skill. And then followed by an attempt to repeat the process of practice by the student. And then there's an iterative process of refinement that can lead to learning. So that's something that's represented in this particular image. And with the sculpture along with it comes also some kind of a textual epithet, which also might inform us, right? So this we already discussed. Sorry, this is a repeat. Yeah. Yeah, these are just some examples of other scholars who are working in similar areas. And these are across the world. You have people from Philippines, India, US, Canada, Nepal, Hawaii. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So I'm going to just leave you with a bunch of 10 questions, right, for you to ponder on. The first question is, many a times very simplistic perspectives are taken, right, from the West and then employed to understand or explain complex phenomena in the East or in the Orient, what is right, including in India. So things should not be made more simple than it actually is, right? So simplistic is different from making it simple, right? So many times simplistic phenomena have been used. Is it possible to examine the suitability of some of these perspectives and offer alternative indigenous perspectives and create pluriversal or multiple ways of looking at the same truth? Don't give only one version of it, give multiple versions of it. And how can we create this space in our own research institutions such that people can come with these pluriversal or multiple truths or multiple versions of the same reality? So this pluriversal approaches might also help inform the Western theory as well, right? So this is one question. So for example, Professor Oja has worked on race, right? The concept of race, right? Or caste, I'm sorry, not about race. The concept of caste in India, there could be multiple interpretations of it, right? And we have been given one or two versions, or maybe Weber's version or some version, right? And we have accepted it. And when we write about it in our papers, we are taking one or two perspectives. But there could be, he has presented 5 different perspectives to it, right? So it's a very complex concept. There is Varna, there is caste, there is race, all kinds of things are coming in, but we have oversimplified it, right? From the Western perspective. So can we take some such complex phenomena and then relook at it through multiple perspectives? That's one question, right? Next slide. Again, why should we have anything that is Indian and indigenous, right? When can we say that the universal or the whatever Western theory should be dismissed? It's not in all cases that we should dismiss. Sometimes you might find some value also. So in which case do we really, we don't want for everything, we don't want a new theory, right? So when does it really call for indigenous thinking? So what are the fundamental arguments on why the Indian context and worldviews may call for indigenous management thought? Next question. Again, a lot of it is ancient Indian knowledge systems. Everything doesn't have to be ancient, right? Maybe in the living traditions today, you might find some knowledge. You might find some knowledge in, say, how the Kerala model is there in terms of healthcare, right? Or something else, which is, it is very, very context specific. And maybe it can also become a universal model, but our eyes trained towards seeing that, right? The creativity of the Kirana store owner, are we able to see that and see that there is a management phenomenon here that needs to be researched, right? So how non-ancient ones also, right? Can we look at that? So because moment we say indigenous Indian knowledge, we are thinking about, ancient India and the Sanskrit scriptures and the sculptures. No, that's not the case, right? Next slide. Yeah, the same thing. Next one. So what are the challenges in creating these spaces, academic spaces, in which we can enable genuine and vibrant knowledge creation that is relevant and meaningful for our own context? So can we create such a space for faculty, for research scholars, for PhD students, and yet succeed amidst the systemic pressures. There are dominant paradigms, right, of management education in India. MBA education means, okay, faculty have to do research. You have to publish in this way. You have to publish in this type of journal. You have to have so many publications, right? All of which was mentioned today. I'm not saying any of that is bad, but is that the only model? Is there an alternative model? Ultimately, what are we wanting to create? We want to create meaningful knowledge for our own context. And is this serving that? Are we questioning that, right? Next question. Again, what is our responsibility? We are Association of Indian Management Schools. What is our responsibility for, as scholars in the Indian management context, in holding and shaping such a space where such knowledge creation can happen? Is there a possibility of acknowledging contemporary Indian management? Again, that question I've already asked. How can we create alternatives and hybrid spaces for young scholars? And can we create, is it possible to create a flourishing space and momentum for indigenous knowledge creation, acknowledging a plurality of worldviews, cosmologies, which means maybe there are multiple languages, right? Maybe should we have vernacular journals or journals which are multilingual? And should we move beyond just, right now we have critical perspectives and decolonial perspectives. That's the only way in which we are going against the existing paradigm. But beyond that, can we have other ways of creating knowledge rather than just critiquing or just decolonizing and then saying that, yes, we need to do something. But what can we do, right? How can we create the change in our own context, right? Next slide. Yeah, and how much of it is, there is power, right? There is domination, there is power, there is a need to subscribe to a certain model, there is accreditation, there are all these realities, there is competition, right? What are the relevant questions of knowledge and power in management history that influence the creation of indigenous knowledge? So Nidhi Srinivas has done a lot of good work on this. So why do we accept that, yes, it is a US-centric knowledge in that context only that is universal, right? The knowledge from that. Maybe the political environment there was different, the institutions are different, the context is different, but we call that as universal theory because the US is powerful at that particular point of time, right? And then now, whatever is from here, you are just dismissing it, right? So what are these questions? And when should we draw the line and establish on what is unique and particular to a context and what could potentially be universal? And what are the implications even for cross-cultural research? So same theory, maybe I develop some theory from here. Will it be applicable in China? Will it be applicable in Indonesia? Will it be applicable in the US? Or should we even think about such applicability? And what does it mean to be creating cross-cultural knowledge, right? What is cross-cultural research? It has implications for that. Next one. Yeah, and maybe what is the journey of scholars in other contexts? African scholars have decolonized the management curriculum. What can we learn from them, right? And not only MBA education, even for management research. So, Professor Benito Tihanki from Philippines, he has done some work about some concepts from the Filipino culture, right? He says everything is very collective and community oriented, whereas a lot of the US thinking is very individualistic, right? All the models and all the theories are having an underlying assumption of individualism, right? So what can we learn from other scholars from other contexts? Next slide. I think that's the last one. So basically all of these questions, the 10 questions that I have posed to you here are all the subject matter of a special issue, right? Which is coming up in IMC's home journal, which is a decision journal. If you think that you have any answers or further thoughts on any of these questions, or if it has provoked you in any little way also, right? Feel free to submit your articles to this particular special issue. And of course, the special issue is just one way of having a conversation, right? We've had 2-3 panel discussions on this. And if you think it's interesting, maybe have these conversations in your own spaces, in whichever forum you think is helpful. At AIMS, if you think that it's relevant, then we should have these conversations. Going back, are we feeling disconnects or the deep disconnects, as Professor Jha mentioned? If so, capitalize on those disconnects. Think authentically from those disconnects, value your own experiences, understand your own background, history, culture, where you are coming from, and who are you as a subject, or a subject who is doing the looking at an object, right, or the phenomenon, and then doing the research, right? So all of these 3 things put together, I think, hopefully we will be able to come out with more meaningful, more rigorous and relevant research in the Indian context. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Is there any specific question No,
Ma'am,
you are-
I have one question. I have one question. You talked about Western hegemonies at work, creating some mental Western structures among Eastern scholars, thereby, creating some Western ontological biases. May be present. You also talked about, case studies which is historical and maybe, forgotten. I'm very curious, ma'am, to know that what hinders Indian case study writers to write indigenous primary cases, both corporate and non-corporate, that could create a counter-hegemonic effect for the Western world.
Yeah, the notions of rigor are also received wisdom, right? And how to write in a journal, what should be the convention, should be in this particular format, what should be the structure. You should have a, first introduction, you should speak to only a few scholars, and you should make your story clear, and you should repeat that story in every other section, right? There's a certain received norms about how a journal article should be written, how research should be done and documented. So all of that, you are asking about case studies, even about the case study also, how it should be written and what is publishable and what is not publishable. The norms are still set by the dominant paradigm. So maybe we can think about Indian journal. Does journal also have to be in a certain format? With new technology, Industry 4.0 coming, can we relook at knowledge representation? Right? That's, I think, up to us on the creativity. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, listening to you very minutely, a few words come to my mind. A few words come to my mind
Sure.
by listening
Yeah,
to you.
yeah.
One is pluriversality.
Yeah.
The second is when I wanted to do research on comparative management. In Jadavpur University, there's comparative language, comparative philosophy.
Comparative studies.
So at my time, I was thinking, is there anything need for comparative management? Instead of saying West is bad or India is bad or whoever is bad, or everybody has got something good, is there a reason for unified fusion knowledge? Something which takes everything into account and then sees what is to be done in what context, I think.
Comparative literature, but comparative studies are like very deep, and very detailed studies, right? To the extent that I have understood in my limited knowledge. Maybe in comparative economics is there, comparative literature is there. It's like an entire body of work that you create with in one lifetime. You can do 2-3 comparative studies at most, right? But in management education, like even if I am in strategic management, how much of comparative studies would I? It's not a very publishable thing right now, to put it very bluntly. Multipolar, yeah. Pluriversal, yeah. Yes. Yeah. What context? And then there may be transferable learnings. There may not be transferable learnings on some aspects, but multiple, yeah. Sure. No, so the thing is ultimately, if you take any young scholar, how are our incentives structured? If I start reading about Ashoka and I try to do something, it may or may not get published in the top tier journals. And therefore, then I will not get my confirmation, promotion or other things or whatever it is, right? So I'm disincentivized to do it. But if you tell me that, go do this, collect this data from SDC Platinum database, work with transaction cost theory, and then do a multi-level analysis, and then write up the results and put some theoretical frame around it, I have much better chance. So our own systems are geared towards encouraging that kind of research, which may or may not be entirely relevant and meaningful for us. So, of course, it's difficult to transition because suddenly you might get a lot of all kinds of work. It's messy. But if we never create the space for it, we will always be stuck here.
Also, I mean, one of the things I really liked was on the sculpture where, he's trying to be very silently trying to pass on the information or the knowledge. How do you actually do it? More than explicit knowledge, any experience of yours?
Yeah, whenever students come to me with questions for which I do not have answers, I pray to that God. So in silence, may I communicate, please communicate some answer to me. And thank you for very patiently listening to my monologue. And I've been very offered very it's not easy to talk about this. I felt very vulnerable because there are dominant paradigms, there are strong views, and this is like questioning the fundamentals of the entire management education, right? And in this kind of an august body, I really had to gather a lot of courage to speak about this, but I thank you for your patience and for your kindness in listening to my thoughts. Sajja, you want to scoff at me or something like that? No. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, and the way you have explained your views was really, really valuable to us to think, rather rethink about indigenous Indian management as an area of our research. Now we will break for lunch and kindly join back for the third session sharp at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so very much. All the dignitaries are requested to take your seats because we are about to begin our technical session 3. All are requested. All of you, please take your seats so that we can proceed further for our technical session 3. I humbly request you all to join back to the program. Kindly take your seats and allow us to progress forward with our scheduled event. We are ready to begin our third technical session on ethics in research and publication. Our eminent speaker for the third technical session, Dr. Sumanto Dotto. I would request Dr. Dotto to please be present on stage and grace the dais. Dr. Sumanto Dotto is presently associated with the Postgraduate and Research Department of Commerce, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, under the University of Calcutta. He is the State President, West Bengal, of the Department of Research and Innovation Wing of the Research Foundation of India. He has over 21 years of experience in teaching and research. He has contributed 5 edited books, 2 case studies, and 1 research book to a reputed publishing house in India. He also obtained 1 patent from the Patent Office of India on December 31st, 2021. He has acted as a resource person for more than 61 workshops conducted both offline and online by various research bodies in India on the theme of research ethics. He has also contributed more than 41 research papers to various national and international journals, including UGC CARE, Scopus, and ABDC. His work has been well cited both in the SSRN Top 10 downloaded list and in Google Scholar. For his outstanding contribution in the field of marketing research, he got the National Education Leadership Award in the year 2019. He also obtained the Teaching and Research Award 2020, the Outstanding Postgraduate Faculty Monitoring Award 2021, and the Education Excellence Award for the same year. Recently, he obtained the Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Education Excellence Award 2022 on September 26th. I welcome you, sir. May I request Dr. Nilanjana from NSHM to felicitate Dr. Dotto. Sir, now the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks to all for giving me this opportunity to interact with all the intellect. And thanks to AIMS. Thanks to all the pillars of AIMS who are sitting in front of me. Very good afternoon to all. Before we start this particular concept on research and publication ethics, I likely to share based on my own observation. Okay, because that is the expertise area that I have since 2016. I'm working on it. And in 2020, I have come out with a first book in research and publication ethics for the first time in India. And so by virtue of my interaction with so many universities, starting from IIFT to University of Madras and everyone, so I came across with the different type of observation that is faced by the researcher. So we are the management teachers, even though I'm belonging to the MCOM department, but still I am teaching management. So what are the problems that we are facing by the teachers as well as the students and how to overcome it that we try to show? Can you give me this pointer? I will take maximum 45 minutes. I hope after that you have so many questions. So I'm keeping 10 minutes time more for that. Now, see, the most important part is that when we are talking about NEP, new education policy, and that we have going to implement or already implemented in Bengal, the most important, just think about the situation. Already you are experienced with teaching students with 3 years. Now you are going to teach. And also we are also involved into the process that we are going to teach 4 years undergraduate students. Now there is a problem. If you go by the current newspaper information, students are in ambiguous situation. Most of the students, they cannot understand what is 4 years is all about. And that is why the students who obtain 90% and above, they opt for 3 years undergraduation, but not 4 years. So there is a lack of time gap so that we have not conveyed the information to their parents as well as the students regarding what is the utility of having 4 years undergraduate program. Most important part and the most crucial part of this particular transition, when they opt for 4 years, there are two parts of it. Either they can go for honors with research, they cannot go honors without research. When they go without research, there is a term component called project was there. But according to the UGC curriculum nomenclature, it does not have any relevance in the context of abide by the UGC guideline. But when there is a term dissertation, automatically there is some implication. Why this? I will tell you why this is important and why you are responsible for that. The most important part is that what is happening next? Once they opt for 4 years undergraduate honors with research, what happened? Now, you are all of you lucky that you are dealing with the master students, but we are unfortunately that dealing with both UG and PG. And we are in pressure that now when they are coming up with a 4 years honors with research, then automatically for the MCOM or MA, MSc program, that is one of the most fast, they opt for 1 year program. So what we have started in our college, after 3 years down the line, in the 4th year, they must opt for 1 year's master's program rather than the 2 years master's program that we have till now. So there lies a problem. Why problem? Problem not like that we are not capable enough in teaching. We are not adopting any kind of innovative methodology for teaching. Problem arise, are they fit to research at the very initial stage of their life, 18, 19, 20, 21 maximum? Are they aware of the seriousness about the research? And automatically, how you compel them? Now, you cannot think about your college only. I can tell you, as per the UGC guideline, till date, we have 44,179 colleges in India. Okay, and out of these, few are autonomous, few are star colleges. Forget about the star colleges that we possess. 40,000 colleges are under state-run university. You don't know they does not have a basic level of infrastructure. So automatically undertaking research at this point of time is a very turning point for us. So we have to think what kind of role that we can play here. So that is the most important part. I try to focus from the research point of view. So this is the entire structure of this new education policy framework as given by UGC and as adopted by University of Calcutta, followed by all the state-run universities in Bengal. This is the entire structure. Okay. We have a specific core paper, AEC paper, that is language specific paper. We have SEC specialization paper. We have a practical. Now practical becomes very important. Now we have a CVAC program. Summer internship becomes compulsory. Okay, this is a transition. Again, earlier those days when we have done our BA, BSc, we does not have any summer internship. So that means undergraduate colleges, state finance colleges are also struggling with to give their students a particular summer internship. That is also a little bit challenging from their point of view. I don't know how they deal with this issue. ITC, interdisciplinary course, and other than the research and dissertation. Now for the dissertation, you can see the particular marks that is being given for DSCC paper for research method, 4 credit is given. And that is being research methodology you have to teach. Where in the 7th semester. And they have to undertake a dissertation program in the 8th semester. This is the entire nomenclature as directed by the UGC, followed by all the universities in Bengal without fail, including MACOUT. Okay. Now, if I go by this particular point, now there arise of issues relating to unethical conduct of research. Okay. Now you can ask me, we are all esteemed academician in front of you, how you can say like that? No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general, in generic terms. Now, what is the problem? You know, have you ever seen or not? There is a specific guideline that was issued by NAC in 27th of May. And that guideline specifically given in this instruction that when NAC is going to visit any institution, they will evaluate those papers published by the faculty members or the scholars, which are published either in the UGC Care Group 1 or Group 2, or maybe Scopus, Web of Science, or Publon. Other than they will not consider any paper whether it's published in the peer-reviewed. So automatically there is question, but you can see if the promotion-based, the PBAC system, the promotion-based system was grading system was given where they have already written the peer-reviewed journal, oblique UGC Care Journal, oblique Scopus. But actually for the purpose of when they are visiting your institution, they will not consider peer-reviewed. Okay, so there arises the problem. Now second problem arises when the UGC Care listed journals are few and automatically you are sending the paper for publication, it will take a lot of time. By that time, your data becomes irrelevant. Data redundancy. So automatically, where you will publish? Automatically, but your institution are pressurizing you. You have to publish at least 2 papers. 2 papers, one in the UGC Care, maybe they are demanding high from, you have to publish 1 paper in ABTC or ABDC, B star, A star or A plus or in that way. So how you can publish? Are you getting some time out of your academic work as well as your administrative work in the institution? So automatically we have to go some unethical means of doing things. And that is why unethical part of research area. And how we communicate that matter to our students, that is a challenging task. Now, in that case, what happened? If you can tell me that whether we will deal with the concept of this ethics or not, I can say that, see, it is totally up to you whether you will deal with this issue or not. But the problem is that if we are not ethical, maybe in the due course of time, we are in problem. And automatically, it may create by our student the problem for us. Okay, now how they will create, I will show you some all real life cases with you. Okay, now for this, what happened? In order to maintain the research integrity, the 2 particular regulations that we have till date. One is called GARP, Good Academic Research Practice, that was published in 2020 by the VC of BHU. Under his mentorship, this particular draft was created. I think that must be go through by each and every institution before they going for implementing this particular 4 years undergraduate honors with research in totality. And second one, the UGC care. When a care does not mean focusing only the publication of the journal's name. It is also maintaining the integrity of the journal. You know, suppose your journal is already listed in a UGC care, but due to non-violence of any particular norms, it can be delisted from the UGC care in the next quarter. Because UGC care group 1 is being updated on quarterly basis. So if you're not performing well, automatically, particularly those who are listed in a group 1, that can be delisted. But group 2 can be remain because this is not, these are based on some standard indexing house like Publon, Web of Science or Scopus. Now, in that case, you can tell me one thing that in which particular cell we are all doctorate. I know. Maybe some of them are postdoctorate. But what is it then? At what particular phase this misconduct can happen? It can happen, I'm telling you, at any point of time. Before your PhD, during your PhD, post-PhD or postdoctoral position. It can happen any point. It can happen any one point of time when you're guiding your students for project or research or dissertation. Anytime it may happen. How? I'm showing you. Now, you know, in this context, United States Office of Research Integrity focus on basic 3 important connotation, okay, which is called FFP, fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. And that later on also accepted by the UGC that these are the major component of research fraud. How actually it is going to happen. Now I am telling you, I know a person, he's a senior professor of a particular state-run college. One fine morning, in a staff room, he showed me the particular paper he has written. Okay, a very good paper he has written and published in a journal that was published from his college only. At that time, this UGC care concept was not there. Okay, that was enough. Later on, what happened? When I'm browsing through net, I'm going through different papers. I came across a very good journal. The title struck my mind. I think I have see this particular title in elsewhere. Now, when I download the paper, when I go through the paper, I can recall that it is a total copy of the entire data set. Even that now only the graph is being recreated based on the same data set by that person. What is that? Data fabrication. You are fabricating the data, nothing of your own. So that is data fabrication. Now, falsification is a different thing. You have falsified the data. You have done a research. You have collected the data from the respondent. Now you are manipulating data because all of you are software expert. You put everything in the SPSS, they will give you a result. Now you can say anything in front of the person who does not know about SPSS and they will clap your progress. Okay. So what does it mean? Nothing. You can do anything, but how? So this is an experimentation. Even though sometimes when your data set is reflecting some negative observation, you can make it positive. Change some of the data variable set. Automatically, you can rerun the software like SPSS or something, or you can do some advanced version of, or you can take, and automatically you can rerun. So that is a falsification. I'm telling you, if you go by the news called the Wall, or in some other standardized newspaper, there is a one news that came a very couple of years ago, where it is being stated there is a one top university from South, where in the science department, all the 300 papers written by their professors along with their scholars are data falsification. And they are so advanced, they have taken image from the nature as well. So can you imagine? So you know that it must have an impact on the academic institution as a whole, not only the faculty member and the scholar. So what is the penalty consequence that can be levied on in this case? It is being stated in respect of this data fabrication and falsification, the penalty can be imposed, and that is accepted both by COPE as well as UGC. The penalty must be imposed directly on the person who is responsible for collecting the data. Suppose there are 3 authors who is working on a paper A, B, C, and B is responsible for collecting the data. So B should be penalized first. Who will penalize? It is the responsibility of the head of the institution. According to the UGC, it is being stated the head of the HEI will penalize that particular author. Now, what is the penalty consequence for the other two authors who are not responsible for collecting the data set? They stated that, no, in that case, A and C are responsible to verify the data set. If they have not done, automatically the equal amount of penalty can be levied on A and C, similar to B. So this is a very important concept. And what else the publishing house can do? Publishing house can do one important thing. They can go for the term called retraction. Retraction means removing the particular paper from the said journal. Okay, so this is another important observation that is being made here. Now, this is a case of plagiarism. Now, plagiarism means taking the idea from someone, and it is very common. You go in those days that when students are copying from here and there, and they are submitting an assignment and project. Now, for the project, it is okay. When we are moving towards the new education policy implementation, and when we are using the term dissertation, automatically the problem arises much more. Now, what is the problem? I try to show you one case. It's a real life case. I just changed the nomenclature for the purpose of our research topic. See this particular point, there is a lady who has submitted her paper for a conference in her college. And what happened? She finally presented the paper beautifully and got the best paper award. Later on, the paper accepted for publication in a ISBN edited book. But later on, during this course of time, one of the editor of the journal came across that the lady has copied the entire thing from a particular paper that is available in the SSRN database. Question arises, do you penalize the particular lady for that or not? So automatically when this kind of things, it is not a isolated case, it's a very common case. If you go and look into the matter of each and every colleges, you can find such example. Okay, so what you will do? Do you penalize the Kaya? So as a teacher, as a faculty member, so I think that you will not penalize Kaya immediately. But can you withdraw the best paper award from her? I think that will create a black spot in her career. So that we cannot do from our moral obligation point of view. So what we can do, we can see before the background. We will first we cannot publish the paper from the said journal or from said publication. Second, we have to check to what extent we have creating an awareness among our scholars and students about the plagiarism. That is a very important thing that we must learn from here. Now, question is, what type of plagiarism can be happen? First case is very known to you. I think you are aware of it. Have you ever given an assignment to your students? Yes, obviously. They have copied and pasted from Wikipedia and some sources and then given it into next day. It will just take. Now, if you can ask them to submit your assignment, it will just take 1 minute time. They just ask ChatGPT or chatbot, give the keywords and ask them, please prepare an assignment. Within a minute, assignment ready. Now what they will do? Copy the entire ChatGPT reproduced by the ChatGPT. Again, they will copy in a Word. Again, they will put it in a Quillbolt and ask Quillbolt to rephrase the entire thing. Matter finish. No plagiarism, nothing is there. So within a 5 minutes time, they will represent the assignment in front of you. How you can prove that he or she has not taken anything from anywhere? They are very smart, you cannot prove. So this patchwork plagiarism is a concept that wherefrom they have taken without any proper attribution or citation. That is common you are facing in day-to-day life. Okay. So this is patchwork, self-plagiarism. That is very common for us. We are written one paper. We don't have time right now. Now we in our college, we have a seminar. I don't have time. So what I will do? I will take the entire thing from my earlier paper as if it is my own asset or it isn't published. It is a responsibility. I can have to take permission from the publishing house. Whether I can take the entire thing from them. No, I say no, it is my own property. I can take it everything from them. So I have taken and then just change the title and rephrase it and publishing. Self-plagiarism. So can UGC accept this? No, UGC said, I will not accept this. Self-plagiarism is just any form of plagiarism where the penalty can be imposed on faculty members and research scholars. Okay. Now, you can tell me one thing. Then how we can overcome the problem of this self-plagiarism? The option is self-citation. The self-citation. Now you can say, Sir, can I cite my earlier paper more than 20 times in my new paper? So 20 times, if you can cite, it becomes automatically the plagiarized content of your earlier paper. So how much I can cite? There are two types of citation is there under self-citation process. One is called author's own self-citation and co-author's own self-citation. Author's own self-citation is called synchronous self-citation and co-author's own self-citation is called diachronous self-citation. Now, for example, I can make the situation more lucid. Suppose you have written one paper, A and B have written one paper. Okay, that paper already published. Now you are thinking of publishing another paper. So when you are thinking of publishing another paper, so in that case, what happened? A and B, again, taking the help of their early published paper. That is called self-citation. Author's own self-citation. But in case of co-author self-citation, suppose A have B and written one paper. Now B and C is trying to write another paper where BC is citing the earlier paper where A was there. At that time, it is considered to be a co-author self-citation. So it is being stated by Cope that co-author self-citation is much more valuable than author's own self-citation. So that is very important. Or maybe suppose I have written one paper and then one of my any friend, suppose Shomprit is citing my paper. So automatically that is co-author self-citation. But if the thing is that if that is very much rather than if I cite my paper in the next. So co-author self-citation. Now question arises, how many times I can cite in my new paper taken the text from my earlier paper? It is being stated that maximum 12.7% of the total word counting that I can use. 12.7% of the total word counting that I can use for the purpose of self-citation, not more than that. Now, this is another case of plagiarism, direct. So I meet some scholars in English and they ask me these questions. Sir, I'm doing a research on Shakespeare or Macbeth or maybe Kobiguru Rabindranath Tagore. I have to give the entire thing what they have written. I cannot change it. Some scholars from law, they stated that, sir, I'm doing a research on law. And at that time, what happened? I have to give the verdict of Supreme Court or any local court as it is given. I cannot change. So then can it attract direct plagiarism? Yes, it will attract direct plagiarism, but you can overcome that by virtue of appropriate citation. But how we can overcome that? There are two possibilities there. One is called, you have to apply quote. Okay, now quote may be of two types, short quote and long quote. If it is less than 40 words, it is called short quote. If it is more than 40 words, it is called long quote. For the short quote, you have to put the entire matter within double quote and you have to write on the right hand side the parenthetical citation. You know parenthetical citation, ma'am? And all of you? So first bracket start, surname of the author, comma, year of publication, bracket close, parenthetical. So in that case, if it is more than 40 words, what we have to do? We have to put it in a separate paragraph and make that in the form of italic and then parenthetical citation. Like when you are doing a qualitative study, more we go for we can go for a long quote rather than a short quote. Okay. So in these two possible way, the direct plagiarism can be avoided. Idea plagiarism. Now, you know, I came across with one professor when I'm taking a session for the Northeast University. The professor is an associate professor in political science. Ma'am stopped me in between my session and tell me that, sir, I have to share something that happened with me. I said, ma'am, please tell me. Ma'am said, I shared my idea with my fellow colleague in the staff room. After 3 months, what happened? My fellow colleague came out with a particular publication on the same topic and same idea that I have shared with him. Now tell me what to do and what not to do. I said, can I take some action against him? I said, no, you can buy some sweets from Haldiram and give it to him and congratulate. So you cannot do it because you cannot quantify. You cannot measure that, whether you cannot prove that he has stolen the idea from you. But it is not an end. There is something is happening in our academic periphery. I'm telling you, I have witnessed so many such things. Okay. Another thing happened. You have gone through a beautiful paper in management. Okay. You know your regional dialect very well. you totally convert the entire paper in your mother language and publish in a particular journal that is listed in the UGC and peer-reviewed journal in your mother language. That's it. Game is over. You have published. I know 10 such incidents where they have converted the entire concept again and change it in his or her mother language, publish it. And they're saying, this is my publication, see. And that is enriching their CV. And they are feeling proud for that, what they have done. Can I teach ethics? No. Okay. So this is a very important thing of concept of idea plagiarism. So no penalty consequence can be imported. Okay. Now, what is the rule of UGC? Now, this is a learning lesson for us that, there are some instances happen that Calcutta University or Macau is following a different norms of dissertation while plagiarism checking, while Bardhaman following a different process. So there arises a dissimilarity. I'm not stating what is the point of dissimilarity, but actually what UGC has stated very clearly, when your students who are enrolling this year and coming in 26 and 27 in the 4th year, at the time when they go for dissertation, you have to bear in mind the following guideline that was given by UGC in 2018, where it is being stated specifically that you cannot take a direct quote or which is short quote and long quote in that way. You have to avoid that thing before you check the dissertation through plagiarism. All the standard equation, preface, acknowledgement, reference should be excluded before you check only the chapters. But I'm telling you that rule is not follow all the university. So you have to keep in touch with your university and then follow the instruction accordingly. So that is the main thing of the problem. Now question arises, if they do, if we find that some scholar has adopted some unfair means, what is the penalty consequence for that? Okay. In our college, we follow the structure that was given by UGC. I don't know that whether every institution is following or not. So this is a rule given by UGC. Up to 10%, there is no penalty for the students. If it is between 10 to 40%, then automatically the dissertation submission deadline should be extended to for 6 months more. Okay. If it is between, see the point, between 40 and above, but up to 60, automatically the submission of the dissertation can be extended to 1 year. And for the last one, in that case, the registration can be cancelled. Now, the registration can be cancelled provided it must be comes from the 2 recommendation committee. One is called DAIP, one is called IAIP. Unfortunately, neither this committee are present in Bengal, in any such university or autonomous institutions or research institution or research body. This is called, but the guideline is given in 2018 in the extraordinary gazette that was published by UGC. So DAIP means Departmental Academic Integrity Panel. Suppose you have a media science course, you have an MBA course, you have a hospitality sector. So for 3 departments, you must have one committee that must be formed, 3 members committee on DAIP. And this DAIP will initially investigate the matter and report the matter within 45 days to IAIP, Institutional Academic Integrity Panel. And this IAIP will finally take the decision what penalty can be imposed on that particular scholar. This is only for the research scholar. This is not for the faculty member. But if you are doing research, well, a scholar may be a faculty member, but a research scholar who is doing PhD or any dissertation as per new education policy. But if the teacher collaborate with their faculty students and doing some research, and when they submit a paper for publication, and that journal publication house immediately report the matter to your institution, then what will happen? This will for you. Okay. If it is less than 10%, then HA will call you and tell you, please withdraw your paper. If it is between 10 to 40%, specifically UGC written, you will request your paper to withdraw the paper and no further publication can be made on that journal. That can be instructed by your head. For the last 2 is very strict. If it is between 40 to 60%, 1 annual increment of that particular faculty member can be stopped. And if it is more than 60%, 2 annual increment along with you are not eligible to guide any master's, MPhil, PhD scholar, including the new curriculum. According to the new curriculum, honors with research, you are not eligible to guide any student for a period of 3 years. So you can understand the consequence. So what is my suggestion, that when we are collaborating with our scholars, because sometimes scholars are having a passion to write a papers with their faculty members, and automatically you can encourage that. Okay, but in that case, you should be very serious that what is the consequence. So you should do all the precautionary steps you have to take before you go further. So that is a very important thing that we have. So how to overcome this? The thing is that don't copy, write in your own. Do not recycle, like fabrication and falsification. And the last one, take permission. This is very important. You want to take some diagram. Now, there's a one such example I can give. Now, suppose you are using some PowerPoint in your classroom, yes or no? You are using these images. So where from you got the images? Where from your students are getting the images? They are downloading the images from Google. Are they taken the permission? No. Sometimes we are not taken. We are not taken because we are using the particular diagram for non-commercial purpose. Actually, we are following the guideline of Creative Commons license called CC by NC, non-commercial purpose. But always keep in mind one thing, that CC, when a Creative Commons license, if it is only given by, suppose you have downloaded one journal where it is written, they are following the instruction of the Creative Commons license by. That means here, when you are using any image, you have to give the detailing of the image as well as the source and the date of access. Okay. But if it is given ND, no distribution of the work can be permitted. So that means CC by ND, at that time the image cannot be distributed to outsiders for the purpose of using it for some other. So in that case, it's being restricted. So these things you have to, then you can ask me one question, that then which images I can use for the purpose of our study or research or assignment, anything. You can go for CC by 0. There is a one called CC by 0. That means these are the images that is available in the public domain. That means here the creator have uploaded those images in the World Wide Web for easy access by anyone else for the purpose of commercial and non-commercial purpose. At that time, you can use that particular image for the purpose of your research, for your academic activity or something like that. So you can request your scholars that please, when you're using, you check the authenticity that it is CC by or not, or CC by 0 or not. For example, we are downloading some images from the Shutterstock. Shutterstock is carrying good number of images according to our corporate lifestyle. Okay, some are downloadable free, but some are subscribed. If you can subscribe Shutterstock, you can download all the images. So this is under CC by 0. That is in the public domain concept. So at that time, you can download those images for the purpose of your research. So this is one important thing. I hope it will be useful for all of you. Are you aware of this kind of advertisement? Very common. Nowadays, you have a LinkedIn account, you have an Instagram, you have a Facebook. Okay, that is common. You can check this kind of things. Hurry, the 4th position is available. Pay and be a part of this editorial board. Or okay, that means now what happened? You know, I'm telling you even the price. You wants to become an editor. You wants to write an edited book and wants to be an author. No problem. Wants to become a first author. Please pay 10,000 only. For second author, 8,000. Third author, 6,000. Fourth author, no problem. 4,000 or 2,000? No, 2,000. Okay, negotiating. 1,500 chalega. So that means you're just paying the money and become an author of the book. And then you are posting this particular image in the Facebook and link and claiming that I have done successfully one book edited. Okay. And the same practice is going on for patent as well. You want to become a member of patent? Please pay 10,000. First author, 20,000. For you wants to publish in a Scopus, please pay 1 lakh. In a good journal, having impact factor or something. You don't have any publication because you are unable to write. Then why not you go for consultancy? Why not you go for something else? But why writing? And why you have to focus only on publication in the Scopus and ABTC? You can do some other things as well. But no, I have to show my credential to others. And automatically we are going for. So this is a problem of the authorship issue. Okay. Now, who are author? Can you tell me who is an author? Suppose I have lent my idea to Nilanjana ma'am, and I am requesting Nilanjana ma'am, please incorporate my name as an author. Nilanjana ma'am will think twice. Given an idea only. Why I will take Shumanta sir as an author? Sure. So next time when I'm calling Nilanjana ma'am, I'm busy, sir. I will talk to you later on. So just ignoring me. So this is a case. No, who is the author? Can you incorporate me as an author? Or maybe Satyaki sir has told me that, please, Shumanto, you will collect some data for me. I try to collect some data for Satyaki sir. Later on, what happened? I said, can you incorporate me as an author? So sir is thinking, can I incorporate as a second author, third author, fourth author, which one? So that is a very interesting thing. So which one, who is an author? Okay, can you go through the case and tell me what is your observation? Can I tell you a real life story? There is one professor from a top school in Kolkata. I'm not revealing the name of that institution, otherwise it looks bad. The faculty member, a lady faculty member, forced her scholar to write a paper. And unfortunately, the student is the pass-out student from our college. And I know I have a very good bonding with my students whenever they are feeling stress. So she called me in the evening and said, sir, I am facing a tremendous trouble. Can you tell me what to do and what not to do? She said, my guide forced me to write a paper. And she said very clearly, for this particular paper, I will not incorporate your name as an author. I will publish the paper only by my name. Okay, and if you inform the matter to anyone else, then what happened? You know, I will postpone your registration by next 2 years. So she said me what to do, sir. I said, whatever she's given instruction, you follow. Even though I'm encouraging unethical practice, but I'm teaching ethics. Okay, but it is the life of the student in stake. So that is the most important part, that what to do and what not to do. So here the case of Paul is such that, now I'm coming to this. This is another example of a particular lady. That is a very common case. I've just modified according to the situation. Monica is a research scholar. She came across the fact that if I incorporate the name of Dr. A, who is a leading professor in a state-run university, and where they have a journal which is listed in UGC here, if I incorporate the name of my sir, automatically my high chance my paper got selected. So she tactfully approached sir and said, sir, can I incorporate your name, please? Sir said, okay, no problem. Anyone want recognition free of cost? So automatically sir said, no problem. She incorporated the name and automatically the paper got published. Is there any problem? There's a problem. There is a problem of authorship problem. Now in that case, what happened? There are 3 types of authorship problem was originated. I think all of you are aware of this concept, ghost, guest, and gift. First example is ghost authorship. Okay, that means my student who has written the entire paper for his professor, for his guide, for her guide, and automatically not get any recognition. Ghost authorship. And you know, nowadays it becomes very prominent. You are unable to write. Okay, pay 50,000. We will write for you and we will take the response to publish for you. Okay, so pay, only pay. Okay, no creativity, no intellectual is required. Just only you take the class. Ghost authorship. Guest authorship, the case of Monica that I told you is an example of guest authorship. You incorporate the name of your professor because you want that your paper got selected in the UGC Care Journal. Guest authorship. Now, gift authorship is very much prominent in the private run institution because in the state run, they don't want bother about the publishing because they know now to UGC has already lifted the particular. Earlier, there is some restriction that to move from assistant to PhD is mandatory. From the 1st July onward, it is being removed. So that means even though you don't have doctorate, you can become an associate professor. So state-run colleges under affiliating university, even though you doesn't have any single publication, you can become an associate professor without fail. Sir, yes, sir, I agree with that. I don't name the particular any colleges. I visited one college a couple of years ago, where what happened, these things. The sir is an associate professor and head of the department and said, So after your session, I am thinking that what I have done in the last 27 years and 30 years, I not have a single publication. Okay. Now I'm coming to the last part of it, gift authorship. What is gift authorship? You are working in an organization which is in a private setup, but you know your job is not secured. So to secure your job, to get spotlighted from the viewpoint of your dean or directors, what you have done, you have written the paper. And then you are gifting the paper to your boss. Boss means the director as a first author, your dean as a second author, and your head as a third author, and you, bechara, put yourself as a fourth author. Gift authorship. So it is not a thing that we can love because it's a reality. Okay, whether you believe it or not. Okay, so it is being stated by COPE. There is a particular website was there, Think, Check and Submit. That is being promoted by COPE. Okay, Think, Check and Submit. This is a case of ORCID that is necessary for everyone else, that when we are doing research, we must have an ORCID, and that is being promoted by COPE so that we can create our own identity in the field of research. This is known to you, all of you? Duplicate and redundant publication. What is the fundamental difference between them? Have you ever experienced that? I will not take you too much time. Okay, I will maximum take another 5 minutes. Otherwise, you will just tell me what you are talking about. Okay, now redundant publication is very common. I know so many people, researchers, they have published 5-10 papers based on the same theme. Only that what they have done, they just changed the title. The objective and the method. Shompreet is laughing, but I will show you all the cases to Shompreet. The objective and the hypothesis remain same. Even I say that, what is the difference between the conclusion that you have drawn? It is also same. I have changed the title, sir. I have changed the title. So you cannot say this is the same topic. The essence remains same. They are saying me. So the essence remains same. So title is changed, but the body remains same. No problem. And they are publishing. That is called redundant publication. Now there is another difference. Now in case of, there is a term called duplicate publication. The fundamental difference we don't know. Between redundant publication and duplicate publication is that now we are all serious. All of you looking at me. Now, for duplicate publication, new magic. What you can create? For redundant to duplicate, you said, some people are spotting me that I'm just only changing the title. Okay, then what to do? I will do one thing tactfully. I will change some of the introduction part. Last, I have done 5 literature review. I will remove 2 other old one and insert 5 new. Okay, and few change in the conclusion. Okay, from active to passive or something like that is a redundant publication. All are baseless, harmful in the metadata of the academic literature. I hope if you have any question, I can stop it here. If you ask me to say, I can talk at a stretch of more than 10 to 15 hours. But thank you. If you have any question, you can ask.
Any questions from the house?
I don't think so.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. And it was really informative and illustrative in nature.
Sir, yes.
Yeah. A minute. Yeah. So good afternoon. It's a fantastic discussion which you had in the topic ethics in research and publication. So this topic is very pertinent, is very useful, very meaningful to discuss. But today we talk about the plagiarism, and there are a lot of softwares also are available. But still, is it that we are giving justice to the research and its publication meaningfully? Somehow, I find the background is not that conducive to undertake research in a small city, small institute, where the resources are low. Of course, there is a lot of online scope is there. But once you speak ethics in research, it sounds to be a very difficult area, in fact, for a researcher. So could you please brief out the basic points. What are the procedure to follow actually for a researcher? How to start and how to end. 5
Okay.
points.
Yes, I have an observation from my end. Even though people will accept it or not, I don't know. First of all, we have to, from the very beginning of their journey, we have to create a culture of ethical research. Because if they are incorporated under NEP, definitely we have to teach or taught them about what is ethics in research particularly. And if they are not following, what is the consequence? Okay, you know, I think you have came across the information in the newspaper. Some of the VC lose their own position because of this unethical practice in research. Later on, after 20 years, it is being caught. So you are not alone in the field. Everyone is observing each other. And automatically that is a problem. Second important observation, definitely my request to all of you that in your institution, if you are incorporating research for your undergraduate level by following NEP, or when you have your postgraduate, definitely you can incorporate this DAIP and IAIP without fail. And third, before I will request all the faculty members when they undertake research, definitely they will check the entire paper, concept note, whatever they have written through a plagiarism software like Authenticate and Turnitin. And that should be institutionally purchased. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult for us to implement this NEP. Okay, like when I interact with so many state-run colleges, they find it difficult to check the papers through plagiarism because they does not have this plagiarism software. So this is very important. The institute has to purchase this plagiarism software and then automatically we have to use this. I think these are basic three. Later on, we can incorporate so many other things according to our requirement. But dissemination of information about this ethical culture is a prime one, I think, sir.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Any question from any other online participants or offline participants in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
The rescue. So how do we, deal with such situations
Okay.
where students as well as some of the faculty or research scholars can also, resort to such practices?
I got it. So actually, I don't try to focus on that issue actually. I try to incorporate in my third edition of the book. What happened that I'm working on this ChatGPT and chat version that to what extent it must have an implication on research ethics. So COPE remains silent. Committee on Publication Ethics remains silent. UGC also silent till now. Okay, but World Association of Medical Editors, that is who are entire authentic body of checking the manuscript of medical professions. Okay, now because in the next year I'm coming up our research ethics book only for the doctors next year. So what is main thing is that at that time, what it is being specifically mentioned by WEM that ChatGPT or chatbot is an artificial intelligence and machine learning mechanism. Okay, they does not have any creative thinking. So they cannot be recognized as an author. That is the only guideline that is available till date in India from WEM. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We will move forward for our technical session 4, topic case writing and analysis. I would take the opportunity to call up on stage Dr. Kumar Shatiki Ray to grace our event. A big round of applause for Dr. Ray. Dr. Kumar Shatiki Ray is currently working as Associate Dean at ICFI Business School, Kolkata. He was the head of the Department of Case Research Cell at IBS Research Center, Kolkata. He has taught different modules of strategy and game theory to mid-level and senior executives of more than 50 companies. Some of the companies are HPCL, United Health Group, Asian Paints Limited, HCL, various Tata Group of companies, L&T, HCL, Indian Oil, Times of India Group, and many more. He has taught business strategy at NMIMS Mumbai, IIFT Kolkata, and UPH Indonesia as visiting faculty. There are many publications to his credit, including more than 100 cases, research papers, and 5 books. I would request Dr. Kobita Shastri ma'am from Globsin Business School to please come up on stage and felicitate Dr. Ray. Now, sir, the stage is yours.
Very good afternoon to all of you. This picture encapsulates the mood. Can you please tell me what is it? Bringing coal to Newcastle, talking about case to faculty members, mostly resembles this. Already Newcastle was filled up with coal. Then Dr. Jha has brought new coal. And then people are marooned with coal. And here I am going to discuss again with coal when nobody is interested about coal. So I promise I will try to make it as short as possible. I have been dealing with case since 2004, almost 19 years. I have got some experience in case teaching, case writing. So I will try to make certain points about that. First of all, let us understand with absolute clarity that case, only purpose of the case is to teach. That's it. You know, this method originated with Socrates' Elenchus in the West, you know, where it has percolated below the line from Socrates, then Plato, then Aristotle. And the most famous case teacher of all time was Aristotle himself. And who was the most famous student of Aristotle? Alexander the Great. So what was the basic, understanding of case method? That it will create a perspective and it will make a person to take action. You know, so case method, case is a tool which faculty can use to make a student simulate certain action. That's it, that's the purpose. And there is a difference between teaching case and research case. So the topic that I have been given, that writing a case, does not mention whether it's a teaching case and research case. If it is research case, I'm not the competent person. You know, research case is something else. Research case talks about a truth which is paramount in research. Teaching case doesn't claim to
provide the truth. Teaching case can be distorted. Teaching case can be camouflaged. Teaching case only purpose is to make students learn. With this, so let me start this topic, case writing. So let me take one situation. There's a story that certain, there was a ship wrecked in storm in Atlantic. 6 people could save their life. And they got into a boat running short of water and food, almost like a Coleridge famous poetry, water, water everywhere, not any drop to drink. And then they have decided that let us draw a lottery, whomsoever's name will appear, will kill that person so that others can survive. And actually, there was a orphan boy, who was 17 years old, who drank ocean water, fell sick. And others did not take his consent, killed him. That person was about to die. They thought, he's about to die, so let us kill him and let us survive for the day till rescue came. And actually, rescue came. They landed in UK. This is a story 100 years back in United Kingdom. And then one of these sailors, out of the moral pangs, out of the qualms, confessed everything to police. This is the story. Can it be a case? This is the trigger. You read it? Now the question is, can it be a case? What does a faculty need to do to convert it as a case? What is a trigger? What can make us realize that this can be case, this can't be case? Let's say you have gone through Economist news, which says that in Nairobi, Kenyan government decided that they will auction the right to kill rhino for exorbitant, money. You have gone through this. Can it be a case? Sir. Yes, no, more or less, sitting, all faculty members sitting here, we have understanding about general management. We understand, the courses that we offer. My question is, can it be a case? So what do we need to do to make it a case? There are thousands of stories. Professor Jha argued, that anything that is happening in and around us could be converted as a case. So can it be a case? What's your opinion? Can it be a case, ma'am? Can be. So what can make it a case? What is the first thing that one should do? What is the first thing while you are writing a case? What is the first thing that we got to understand? Case must be designed backward. So first thing that we got to understand that what is the thing I'm going to make student learn. And I completely disagree with the concept that the case teacher should not be prepared. There are teachers who pass time by asking students, what's your opinion? Do you support? Don't you support? Like this. This is not a case class. That's not the purpose of the case. Case is not for, free flow, discussion. Case has got a very serious business to do, case class.
And what is that? Make students realize that there are certain general rules of business and there are certain situation specific learning. Had there been no general rule, you have to write thousands, millions of cases to make them learn. Not possible. There has to be certain general rules which are applicable, to similar kind of situation. And second, there has to be certain situation specific thing. Management is not science. So otherwise, we would have taught them certain rules and those rules could be applied everywhere. So general abstraction and situational and contextual understanding. When we club this, there is a case. So first thing, a case teacher must understand that what is the learning kind of thing. So if you look into this first story that I have talked about, first thing, where shall I plot it? I will plot it, let's say, in ethics class. Second, what are the theories in ethics? If there is no theory to be connected in a case class, it's not a case class. So standard, Aristotle's way of teaching Alexander was that there are certain concepts and here are certain problems. Problems are there in Macedonia court, problem are there in the battlefield. You go and connect. So in case class, there has to be connection between theory and practice. So first thing, I got to know what kind of theories are there. Let's say we have taken 2 schools of many learned faculty members are there who teach ethics. I'm not an ethics teacher. So broadly, there are certain theories, let's say 2 theories which are connected to economics as well. So I'm a student of economics, so I have interest in the development of economic literature. So I know that the importance of John Rawls' utilitarian theory, and then John Stuart Mill, whose disciple was Milton Friedman. So I know there's a libertarian school, there's a utilitarian school of ethics. So can this be converted into a classic debate between libertarian school and utilitarian school? What is utilitarian school says? That maximize welfare, which means maximizes pleasure over pain. Simple. And libertarian school, that every individual, unless you get consent, you cannot encroach the privacy, the liberty. Later on, the basic tenet of capitalism was built on that. Now I know this. So how can I proceed? I have, understood that this is a trigger. So normally if you look into the case, there are 3-4 repository of cases. The biggest one is Case Center, which was earlier called ECCH, European Case Clearing House. Now they rechristened their name, is Case Center. Second is Harvard's, third is HDI, and fourth is Asian Case Repository. Few are there. Now, if you look into these cases, you'll find 60 to 70. Now, maximum craze is for those cases which are short. 6 pages to 10 pages. More than 10 pages, we call it long case. Up to 10 pages, we call it short case. In this 10 pages, 6 pages, more or less, is write-up. 4 pages, exhibit and this thing. Long cases run up to 30 pages. It is much easier to write long cases because you just need to put a lot of data without proper thinking. So you allow students to basically, understand which is pertinent and which is not. So let's assume that
with this trigger, we are going to write a short case. We know the theory. These are the two theories. Now, I have to introduce a protagonist. When I write case, these four things need to be very, very clear. First, the issue the case will focus on. What is the issue? The debate between utilitarian school and libertarian school for ethics class. Say Singur. If somebody writes an ethics case based on Singur problem, what is the theory behind it? Utilitarian school versus libertarian school. If Singur plant is built, a lot of jobs will be created. Welfare will be maximized. But there are certain reluctant farmers. So this case could be done if we write a finance case out of Singur, entire focus will be different. So here we are going to know what issue the case will focus on. The second, the analysis required to address those issues. Do students know it? If it is not, every case whether it is in Harvard, IIMs, there must be something called, concept note. Concept note basically clarifies, theoretical understanding of the student. 100% case-based school. Harvard, INSEAD, AIM, Manila, concept note must precede. Otherwise, it is almost like a group discussion of our student, talking anything and everything other than the issue. So what is the analysis required to address those issues? Third, the data required by the student. So what kind of data? Say, if I've written, it is not mine. I have taken it, one of the leading professor, I would request all of you to go through his videos and his writing. His name is Professor Michael Sandel. He teaches in Harvard, one of the most popular professor in field of ethics. So I've taken from him. So he's writing, in summer 1884, 4 English sailors were stranded at sea in a small lifeboat in South Atlantic, over 1,000 miles from land. Their ship had gone down in a storm. They could escape to a lifeboat with 2 cans of preserved tarpaulins and no fresh water, blah, blah kind of thing. And then you see, on the 19th end of the ordeal, Dudley, the captain, suggested that drawing lots to determine who could die so that the others might leave. But Brooks refused and no lots were drawn. The next day came and still no ship was in sight. Meanwhile, Parker, there was a person called Parker who was an orphan boy, condition deteriorated. So Dudley decided to kill Parker. See some characters. And mentioned that the others were married. Parker was orphan. Because you were talking about, summation, pleasure over pain. That you are going to stress upon. So you add certain lines, add certain, drama in it. Your every sentence must contribute to the discussion. If it is not, this is a redundant sentence. So normally in case writing, some of the brilliant case writers, if you read, Christensen is one of them, 7, 8 all-time great case writers, you'll find their case, they follow a simple line that my succeeding line must have logical conclusion from my preceding line. If it is not, I change the line. My preceding section must have a logical conclusion to the succeeding section. So, and Dudley claimed that they had done so out of necessity. Suppose you were the jury member. You see the interesting thing. They are not telling you are the judge. Judge will be bound by law. Jury, moral connotation. So every word
he could have written that judge. He avoided that, used jury. There is a difference between judge and jury. Jury system was there in India. It was, withdrawn. So every word, every sentence have been chosen by the case author. Though the incident is true, its purpose is not to search for truth. Its purpose is to make student understand that there is an inherent dilemma, between schools of thought in ethics. That's the job. That's it. In that class, that is the job of that particular case. So normally 3 types of cases. One is field case. Second is general experience. Release is required, the best one. What is release? Release is the biggest problem. Therefore, you will not find many field cases. Dr. Jha was talking about that. Thank you, ma'am. Talking about that there are less Indian cases. Though I do not agree with him, you will find hundreds of good Indian cases are there, even in Harvard repository. Indian professors have written extensively about different topic, but the biggest problem here is that of release. Release means your company gives right. The company on which you are going to write the case, release the case. It is given right, it's okay. We are okay with the data. We are okay everything that you have written. We don't have any problem. Unless you submit that, no repository will upload your case. Now here is the biggest problem. If you do not have access to influential people in that particular company, you may not have release. Now, you see, suppose you are thinking that, look, there is an interesting incident happened in this company. I can write a case. Now, the first problem that you have, field case, you have to know somebody in that particular company. You cannot approach. Normally, if you approach, they might agree, they might not. But again, it is not an easy task. And you know somebody in a company and then try to think whether I can write a case, then you will not find the issue. I know somebody in Britannia. Let me write a case. On what issue shall I write? There has to be something interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so you can, sir. I mean, every company for that matter is doing something. So you can, but if it is not interesting, say you don't find any interest in it. What I'm trying to say, something which is absolutely contemporary and interesting, you might not have access. And something where the company where you have access, you may not find interesting. It may happen that you get something interesting in Britannia you can write. That is fantastic. Then it is absolutely, synergy. Your interest and their problem absolutely gels well. But if it is not, it is almost, entrusting something on something. Though you are not very keen on it. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So who will decide whether it is interesting or not?
Who?
Yes, sir. Me, sir. Here.
Case writer.
Who will decide whether it is...
Case writer. This is, whether, it is case writer who must be a teacher. If case writer is not a teacher, if he does not know what is a class.
He can be a management consultant also.
Management consultant job, and the case writer's job are different. Those cases are best practice case. What the cases that management consultant writes, their objective and purpose is completely different. But the case which teacher writes, teacher's job is to make, the student understand the nuances, discuss, come out with whatever solution they can, and there is a big picture which he or she will carry in his mind. I will come, Sampit, 1 minute. So interesting thing is me. I will decide whether it is interesting, to me or not. So it is not, something happened, you find that it is extremely interesting. My course mapping, will gel with that. Let me give one example, sir. One merger and acquisition happened. You think that your course curricula does not provide enough scope to write about merger and acquisition. You do not teach that particular subject. You do not teach business strategy. You do not teach finance. You don't find any cultural issue happens there. So your area maybe you deal with organization's cultural synergy. So you find that that is not interesting for me. So you might not write the case. I'm not telling that nobody will write the case. It is me. I'm talking about the case writer's perspective. What is good case for me? I must understand what is best case for ma'am. What is best case for, sir, best figure. Has to be interesting, has to gel with my subject. Field case is the best if I know the people where something interesting to me is happening. If it is not, then we might go for, library cases. Yeah.
And just to add, Rajkumar da, if you go and access the HBR, any faculty, so to say, of any business school, if they have an account, they can have a free account from the HBR, and we can access the inspection copy of the cases. Now, if you access those cases, you will find in the footnote, the case writer clearly mentions that this case has been written for the purpose of this particular class. And these are all what Shatrugita is talking about, all the real life cases which are or happenings which have happened in some company. Now, there has to be a perfect mapping between what you are writing and what you are intended to do in the class. Otherwise, you will not be able to make it interesting.
Yeah, sir. Consultants also write cases. Those are basically best practice cases. They do not teach in the class. What they try to do, that some company have done something something good in some area and they found success. Let me document that. So this is illustrative kind of thing. There is no decision dilemma as such. Best case is those cases where there is an inherent dilemma, and the data to analyze and solve that dilemma in whatever way. Is there any right answer for the case? Certain cases, no. Certain cases, yes. So depend on the context. What kind of subject you are teaching? What are the data? What is the context? So there are multiple ways. A case is almost, defining a case is almost in strategy safari. Henry Minchbach is coming with the story of an elephant and the blind man's effort to explain that elephant. Somebody touched the tail and tells that elephant is like a rope. Somebody touched the tusk and tell that elephant is like a log, like that. Different way you can interpret. I'm talking about teaching case. At the onset of my discussion, I told that my expertise or whatever I understood as a teacher, not as a consultant, not as somebody else. So in case class, teaching case class, what could be the right way of writing a case which is purported for teaching? That's what my topic is all about.
So once again,
yeah, please, sir.
That sailor case is very interesting, but what do you think of finance cases? They are very different from this kind of thing. Huh?
Which one, sir?
In the finance cases, you have a very defined problem, a very defined solution to that. No?
Sir, two ways it could be addressed. Let me give some analogy. There is a very interesting case of which is being taught in National Defense Academy, which talks about the Battle of Saraighat, fought between Lachit Borphukan versus the Mughals. Now we know what happened. We know the story. So what this case talks about, they just stop at certain point, and ask student, you analyze, Borphukan has taken this strategy, can you take some other strategy? Finance case, something is, you are going for, let's say, some decision, you are going to take some decision, stop before that, give that data. It may happen that you know the decision. And ask student, now you analyze, these are tools and techniques, what could be the decision? Finance case might have the right answer. It's not open-ended. Not all cases are open-ended. Behavioral science cases are open-ended sometimes. Finance cases, there are fantastic finance cases which are absolutely closed. There is an answer. You cannot tell, that, this can be done, this can be done. No, it's a numerical. You can prove it. A third type of case is general experience case. I'm naming some professors who have written fantastic general experience case. Professor R. Kumar, Ramesh Kumar from Bangalore. If you look into Professor Ramesh Kumar's case, what he does, let's say sir is going to do business in West Bengal. Okay, he's trying to make shampoo and sell it in West Bengal. So Ramesh Kumar knows sir, an entrepreneur. So how he approaches the case? There are certain shampoo players and their data, their positioning. I'm talking about marketing perspective. Everything is there. He knows that. He does some survey, using some agency available in his college or using his students. Say attitudinal survey, say for multidimensional scaling, positioning, he's taken some data and created a story, that Mr. X wants to enter into shampoo market. This is the situation, and some primary, survey done, some analysis done, put it into the case. Again, armchair case, this is not real, but data is real. It's not about a company, So it's a armchair case, means general perspective case. Neither based on published data. Published data, you have to refer each and everything, in footnote or in your, bibliography. And field case, you have to get release. Nothing you can write in field case which is not endorsed by, the highest authority of that particular company. Multiple field cases become waste. There is a Brazilian professor in Harvard. I was going through his interview. He told in a single year, 6 cases of his could not be published because companies involved were not ready to give permission. He has to convert it into story and all camouflaging this, not case. Yeah, please. Published data you are giving, ma'am. So in field case, proprietary data you are giving, therefore you need release. If in library case, you are giving those data which are publicly available. So therefore you have to refer. That's it. An armchair case, if you declare that the case is general perspective case, you have to declare, while submission. General perspective case, you have some experience, teaching in this field. Or you maybe, sir was talking about that, a consultant might have experience. So he can write a case about fictitious kind of character on a particular situation and write on the footnote, this is a general perspective case. It is not about a company, not a real life situation. Based on my understanding of that particular issue, I created a decision dilemma situation which people might analyze and come out with a solution.
If you take the clearance of the top man, he will not allow any bad thing of his company to come out. He'll only say put only the good things of his company.
So therefore, sir, I'm sorry to say some of the greatest case authors, C.K. Pallad's case in ICICI Bank, Sumanta Ghosal's case on HDFC, all praise. But I think that, there are many companies, however critic we may be about the Western method of teaching and learning, they are much more liberal in this case. You see the American cases, European cases, they allow, people to criticize left, right, and center. Indian cases, mostly, it might happen that there could be praise. So case writer has to ensure there will be no unnecessary exaggeration as far as the particular company and particular person is concerned. Could be a fantastic case. This is basically, the process, trigger selection, structure, data.
In case of Baiju also, Mr. Baiju will not allow anything wrong to be on corporate governance. He will not allow anything wrong to be written.
Corporate governance case, I think it could be written using library data. Library data, you don't need release. Library data, you can. Most problematic general perspective case, you cannot take Baiju's name. No. General perspective case, you cannot take any real name. Now, if you, let's say, I was talking about, this is basically the structure. Trigger selection, case structure, data, first up. This is more or less we follow. Now, important thing is that typical case, this one. Say, what could be a typical case structure? There is an introduction, then discussion about the company, introduce the company to the audience. It may happen that company may not be known. And then the main, the section which comprises 60%, and then closer. Now, what could be the right introduction? Introduction is extremely important. I've written, I've taken this from a very popular Harvard case. If you look into this case, you see few things are very clear. First, what is the setting? Which year, boundary of case is extremely important. Boundary of case means, the discussion will be restricted within that boundary. You cannot tell, let's say, Battle of Saraighat is being analyzed. You come with a solution. Let us bomb, the Oham embankment using MiG-21. It's not possible. 400 years, it was not there. That means the boundary is the year. One very popular case is Epson's battle, versus a printer battle, name of the case. They clearly mention that the reference year is 1991. That's the boundary. You start setting the boundary, you introduce the protagonist, and you mention what kind of decision is expected. So this, if you look into this, here, and dealer approached a company to promote, his dealership as a distributor. So, he get certain additional advantage. So whether protagonist will allow him to be a distributor or not. You are introducing problem clearly. The protagonist problem, and then you have to decide what kind of data shall I give so that the students will be able to analyze. So that means there has to be market, sales data of the distributor, dealer, what kind of job distributor does, what kind of job he's, doing. If, the company allows the dealer to be distributor, what could be the infrastructural requirement of that particular, dealer. So everything, what this data is going to help me to analyze this. The biggest challenge of the case writer is that sometimes he finds that I want to give this data, I don't have this. I know that without this data, case analysis will not be, and therefore you will find, excellent cases and not in large number. Some data paucity is there. So, which may not be there in field case, but very much there in library case. Library case, your hands are tied up. You do not have access to the primary data. You want case related to pricing, secondary case, because pricing data are very, very proprietary in nature. You won't find. You'll find general experience case on pricing, not real life case, rare case. Even if company allows, it has to be camouflaged. One case was written by an MDI, a Gurgaon professor. If you read the case, you can immediately understand this is Procter & Gamble. But company did not allow to use the name Procter & Gamble. But others can understand that this is, and you may be asked to camouflage the data. How will you camouflage? By inflate, by certain percentage. Say all sales data must be inflated by 30%. All cost data must be, like this. So you, as well as your competitor. This is the camouflaging mechanism, for field case. Almost, I will try to close. It's a long day. So what I will, last thing, sentence rather, that the case must be written with teaching note in tandem. No case writer should ever try to write case in isolation. So I need to, and what is teaching note? How the case will be analyzed. So these are the questions required. This is the theory. This is the prerequisite. And then section wise, I will refer back to the teaching note. So that's the best method of writing case. Thank you so much. It's a long day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Rai.
Hello. Yeah, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Any online members is having any question, please go forward. Any further questions from the house?
I have a question, sir. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I'm in this room.
Yeah.
So you have just told that there are a lot of data are there and needed also in teaching notes. A student of first year or second year of MBA, how can he or she answer a strategic question? Because this is only the solution should be done by the board of governors or board of the CEOs and vice presidents. How a boy of 22 and 23 can answer all this with a teaching note? In life, there won't be any teaching note. When they are facing a problem, there won't be any teaching note. So how a teaching note can help to solve a problem?
No, teaching note is not for the students. Students cannot have access to the teaching note. Teaching note is to help the fellow faculty member to understand the thought process of the case writer. If a student wants to buy teaching note, he or she is not allowed. No case repository allows a student to buy teaching note. Teaching note, you have to declare that you are a teacher and your name has to be there in the website of the particular institute where you teach. Unless you confirms that, or your head of the institution must approve that you are teaching in such and such institute, then only you will have access to the educator copy, and then you will get access to the teaching note. Teaching note is not for the student.
Fair enough, sir. But how a student of 22, 23 years can answer a question which is strategic in nature, only can be solved by the top management?
Let me answer this. I mean, something which is very, very complex, they may not. One very famous strategic management case is two-page case called Robin Hood. Across the globe, including all Ivy League schools, this case has been taught. To introduce business strategies, scope of discussion. That Robin Hood, his organization structure, his trade-off, whether he aligns with, Prince John or he aligns with rebel barons, what is the consequence? So just 2 pages. So students can understand what is the scope of strategic management. In a big organization, we may not give 22, 23 student, years old student, we should not give big cases. Maybe 2 pages case we may write, which is having certain strategic aspect. So we can use it. Strategy is all about to making the trade-off, making the choice to ensure we get competitive advantage. So we can write small, 2 pages case for that. May not be 30 pages. Anything?
Anyone else?
Well,
I guess.
I have an observation, Professor Rai.
Please, sir.
From the morning, we are talking about Indian context, and you are talking about Indian cases. The 2 examples that you have given are foreign. Why?
Which one? Oh, 2 cases. Sir, it is not to demean the Indian authors. I find the point that I'm going to make that has been encapsulated in the introduction of this. So I believe that the bounded knowledge should not have any boundary. Indian knowledge, Western knowledge, knowledge is knowledge. So doesn't matter. Wherever we can learn, we should. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was an excellent experience for all of us to hear from you and get a chance to accumulate such insights from this discussion. So here we complete our 4th technical session for the day. That is AIMS West Bengal chapter's initiative of one-day FDP on challenges in teaching learning in 21st century before management education. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Aparajita Roy on dais to continue with the certificate distribution and valedictory session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Snigdha. Now, as we come to the end of this one-day FDP, I would like to request our eminent professor sitting right in front of us, Professor Bhattacharya, Professor Pathak, Professor Patro, Dr. Shaha, and Dr. Jain Mukhopadhyay to please come up on the dais and distribute the certificates to the participants. I would also like to request our students, Rupsha and Paramita, to please come up on stage with the certificates. They're having it with them. Please bring it over here on stage.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. All the online participants, those who are there, you will be getting your certificate online. We will be sharing the PDF with you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you. That was my query. Thank you so much.
Yes. Sir, please come up on stage. Please. Okay, I'd just like to call upon the names so that participants, if you're present here, please come up to collect your certificate. Dr. Shushmita Chatterjee from Maharaja Monindra Chandra College. Professor Aparajita Sanyal from Calcutta Business School. Dr. Shonjib Bishash, Calcutta Business School. Okay, please. She's going to collect the certificate on his behalf. Professor Sanjay Mukherjee from Globsin Business School. Sir is there. Okay. Sir, you please come up on the dais. Dr. Patro, please come up on the dais. Okay. Dr. Shurujit Dash, Institute of Management Study. Professor Shoikot Kundu, Institute of Management Study. Professor Shormishta Mukherjee, Institute of Management Study. Professor Srijoni Sharkar. Professor Srijoni Sharkar. Mr. Shoham Mojumdar. Institute of Business Management and Research. Both of them from Institute of Business Management and Research. Professor Oindrila Chakraborty, Institute of Management Study. Professor Shomok Shen, Institute of Management Study. Dr. Kavita Shastri, Globsin Business School. Dr. Sabyasachi Dasgupta, Globsin Business School. Ms. Doel Mukherjee Pradhan, Globsin Business School. Dr. Bhashwati Bhattacharya, Future Institute of Engineering and Management. Mr. Kaushik Ghosh, Globsin Business School. Ms. Shrestha Chakraborty, St. Xavier's University. Shrestha Chakraborty, St. Xavier's University. Ms. Twisha Ghoshal, Future Institute of Engineering and Management. Professor Manush Chakraborty, Globsin Business School. Ms. Nilanjana Basu, IQ City United World School of Business, Kolkata. Ms. Chomi Chakraborty from the same college, IQ City, United World School of Business, Kolkata. Professor Rajkumar Dasgupta, NSHM, Kolkata. Mr. Bikash Shaha, NSHM Business School, Kolkata. Dr. Nilanjana Sinha, NSHM Business School. Professor Dr. Shubir Sen, NSHM Business School. Professor Navonita Dotto, NSHM. Professor Shoma Basu, NSHM Business School. Dr. Durga Rani Sinha, ICFI Business School. Professor Shamprit Chakraborty, ICFI Business School. Professor Konar, ICFI Business School. Dr. Sanjay Kumar Dhar, ICFI Business School. Professor Shubhanand De, ICFI Business School. Professor Dibyendu Nondi, ICFI Business School. Dr. Anirban Mondol, ICFI Business School. Professor Shorbori Shaha, ICFI Business School. Dr. Shefali Goyal, ICFI Business School. Dr. Pallavi Ghosh, ICFI Business School. Ma'am, can you please collect all these certificates? There are many who are not there. Okay. Dr. Shefali Goyal, Dr. Pallavi Ghosh, Professor Ravi Kumar, and Professor Durga Sinha, her certificate as well, and Professor Anusha Ganguly, ICFI Business School. So, ma'am, please collect all these certificates. They are there from there. Mr. Mohatkar Anup Dattatray from JDC Betco Institute of Management Studies and Research. Professor Jyotirmoy Shaha, Nopani Institute of Management Studies, I'm sorry. Professor Jyotirmoy Shaha. Professor Rupsha Sen, Nopani Institute of Management Studies. Dr. Mohua Basu, Globsin Business School. Dr. Obhijit Chakraborty, ABA Balasore. Dr. Snigdha Basu, Institute of Management Study. And I would also like to collect my certificate from you, sir. Thank you, everybody. For all those who are not present here, I hope the others who are representative of their college, they have collected the certificate on their behalf. Online participants, we will be sharing the PDF of or the soft copy of the certificates with you in your registered email IDs. Please check it. We will be able to share it on Monday with you. So I'm sure you will be getting it by Monday. Now I would like to request Professor Shubir Shen to please come up on the dais for the vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks to mark the end of the program.
So it's my part to put in the concluding remarks and propose the vote of thanks. So I'm not standing between you and your lunch. I'm standing between you and your weekend. So I'll just keep it even more shorter. So let me first thank, on behalf of Association of Indian Management Schools, the 4 highly enriching intellectual sessions resource persons. The first one, Dr. Vidyananda Jha, on case teaching method from IIM Calcutta. Dr. T. Venkateshwaran on research methods in Indian context. Third, Dr. Sumanto Dotto showed us a lot of new light in the perspective of ChatGPT, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, the dimensions of ethical research. He pointed out various triggers. And Dr. Kumar Shattoki Ray on case writing. So, on behalf of Association of Indian Management Schools, let me profusely thank all these 4 resource persons, the very reasons why we are here today. I would also like to thank the educational partners, ICFI Business School, IMS, Globson, and NSHM, and all the other institutions involved in today's event. Also, all the eminent educationists, senior institutional builders sitting in front of me today, all academicians, faculty, and research scholars. I think we have all benefited highly from today's sessions. And let me also at the end thank Stedel for the wonderful lunch and hospitality. To sum up from my own perspective, we all have our own unique ways of teaching. So at the end, I would like to just sum up. There is no one unique way to write a case, and neither there is no one unique way of teaching a case. We are all intellectuals. Let us all adopt best practices, not only from India, but across the world, and ensure the benefit of management education. Thank you all. On behalf of Association of Indian Management Schools, wishing you all a happy weekend. Thank you.